Shabbat Shalom, Mark.
Shabbat Shalom.
Hey,
Hey, Ross.
how you doing?
I'm doing good.
That's good.
Doing great. Change my chairs around for you here. How has your week gone, Miss Ross?
It's been good. How about you?
Great. It's been great.
Hello, Roz,
How
Sandra.
you doing?
Yep. So
Doing good.
Sandra,
Hey, Sandra.
There's
Sister
Phyllis.
Phyllis.
I made
Hey,
it.
Phyllis.
Yes, you did.
How are y'all doing?
Doing great.
Yep.
How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling better. My blood pressure is normal.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
That's awesome.
Thank you. I'm taking this apart.
Oh.
It's just not working for me. I got to take it all apart. A
Take it
finger crochet. It's a finger crochet, so it's
Yeah.
harder to take apart.
Yes, I've done. It's been years since I've done crochet. I did enjoy it though.
My mother taught me all the different types of crafts a woman was supposed to learn back in the day.
That's right. My mother taught me how to sew, but the rest of it I just kind of picked up as I went. So, yeah.
I've got to go get something. My friend, our sister Lilia, is watching today. If you're on, Lilia, how you doing, sister?
Hello, Lilia. We love you. Sandra's up twice. She must be having some trouble connecting this morning.
Split personality.
That's a good one.
That was a really awesome class last night.
Oh my goodness.
I enjoyed that a lot.
I so enjoy that. It was time. It was time for that to be talked about.
Yeah.
Rearranging furniture. Sorry. There, that's better.
Well, it's 71 degrees here today. This weather is ridiculous.
Well, we're not. We're staying in the 60s.
Oh, well, it's supposed to be back in the 40s tomorrow. I think that's what you told me.
I know,
Ah,
up and down. It's a wonder we're not all sick.
I know.
Oh, we spend a lot of time in the woods. So my mother's always telling me that. I'm just surprised y'all don't stay sick. You're out in the rain, you're out in the cold weather. And I said, well, I guess we're just used to it. You know, we just bundle up and go.
We're protected.
Yes, we are.
Mark was talking last night about wisdom and healing, and Lilia wrote me and wanted to know where was the healing section, and I think he was including that with the wisdom.
Yeah.
I think I'm picking up on that, especially in the beginning, because he was talking about the gifts that come with wisdom.
Yeah.
He didn't specifically say healing itself, though, did he?
No, it seemed like it was always coming from the wisdom part, which everything makes sense because, you know, having the wisdom of Yahuwah in you is the healer. So he's the healer. So, you know, we just have to understand that it's he that is working through our vessel, and it's nothing to do with us whatsoever, ever. And, you know, just humble ourselves to that. So
Right.
yeah, but just beautiful. And I think that ended up, I think I've got 17 pages of notes. So um I'll get those to you and maybe you can pass them to Lillian.
That I would like to. Yeah, I'll pass those to Lilia. She'll
Yeah.
enjoy that. She just started watching last night. Was her first time she was in for the whole broadcast. I think she was watching us last week while we were on the show, but I wasn't sure of it until.
Oh, well, that's great. I've not seen Sarah in a while. Is Sarah still out there watching us? And have you contacted her? Is she good?
Yeah, I saw her last week or
Okay.
week ago or so, but yeah, she's still good. I text her. She's this new job she's got. Just thank you, honey.
Yeah.
This new job she has got is just really thrown her off.
Oh,
But she works 10 hours a day,
okay.
and she's off prep day, Sabbath, and first day.
Uh-huh. Well, that's good.
I'm sorry, I'm lost my train of thought.
That's
But no, she's good. She's just, in fact, I don't know if I should have shared that her son is doing YouTube videos teaching the commandments.
Oh,
Her little 9-year-old
oh,
Wow.
from the mouth of babes, you know?
yes. Well, hallelujah.
What's his channel?
I have to look. I don't know where my
Because I
phone
can
is.
share it on mine.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I'm not the best when it comes to looking stuff up.
Well, it was giving everyone's handles last night, and I noticed it still is today. And Chris tried to share with me and tell me how to change it, but he said go to settings and then go to a pencil. And I don't know, for some reason I couldn't find a pencil, so I'm going to have to figure that
Go
out.
into edit.
Well, I did settings and then edit, and then, anyway, I was just trying to get my June
Or
man.
even just on the
Well,
I'll have to look it up and see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe you can email it to me later and give me
Okay.
some
On the
clues.
main screen on the page, it's got it to where you can edit it, But I'm not sure if it changes the handle.
Yeah, and mine said it needed to be updated, and I just really didn't want to get into all that until after our broadcast today because I thought I might do something weird and put me out there in left field somewhere. So I didn't want to do that. I'll just do it tomorrow. So, oh my goodness! But Chris did try to help me, and I know he's listening. So thank you, Chris, for trying to help me out on that. But I was in the middle of taking my notes, and I thought, no, I don't want to get distracted. I want to get these down.
I missed a couple of them.
It was so good. Well, I'll send those to you. Send those to you.
Thank you.
I'll probably
was,
have to finish by Sunday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No matter how fast I write, I still miss them. I don't mean to.
Oh, well, there's a lot of times, I'll think that I got them all, and something just tells me go back and listen, and I'm like, how did I miss that whole paragraph? I was just zeroed in. How did I miss that? But a lot of times, if he'll give a scripture, I kind of get centered on that scripture, and he's moved on, and I'm like, wow, I'm still over here, and he's went on. So I think that's how I miss it. But that's all good because Yahuwah speaks to us through his word. And Joe, I think you finally gave up. He was giving all the scriptures. I saw Joe was just over here. He was just paging. He was just going back and forth and back and forth, and he was tickling me. He was trying to keep up with it. It was
You could have just written down Proverbs first through the last chapter, and then,
yeah, that would have got it.
Sooner or later, you'd come to it.
okay, this is the best I could do. Apparently, it's Sarah's YouTube. It's SARAHHIGGS -S4I
Okay.
Got it?
Uh-huh. All right.
Okay. I hope it works.
Yeah, thank you. I will. Because you can share it on there. I'll put it in a playlist. I've done that with Mark's and like with the monotheism. I did that. And so and I've got a children's part.
Well, I think this is for children, and he's only done the one. No, it says he's done 2 videos, but I don't see it on here. Oh, he's got 2 videos. He's got a short, and he's got one called "The Sheep and the Goats: Doing Yah's Will versus Your Own Will." Now, what do you think of that for a title for a 9-year-old?
That's pretty awesome.
JJ just texted me and said she's trying to get into the back room, but for some reason, she can't get in. So anyway, I don't know what's going on there, but she is trying to sign in. You know what? Do you know what we had on our deck just a little just before the broadcast started? I've never had one of these on our deck before. You know, out there, Phyllis, I was showing you where we had our little birds. I heard this wind motion, and I was just standing right here, and I looked around, and there was a huge vulture on our back porch. I have walked out before face to face with a great horned owl, and I don't know who scared each other the most, me or him, but this vulture, I was like, oh my goodness, we've got the screen open, and you could just, wow, that, I don't think I've ever been that close to a vulture, you know.
How tall was it?
He was huge. He was huge.
Probably about.
He was huge.
About 3 feet, 2 feet?
Yeah,
No, about 2.
2.
2.
I think he was 2.
2 feet
Yeah.
and 1 beak. No.
You know, and he was just walking around on our porch, and I thought that was really crazy. I mean, we see them out when we're hunting all the time, but at a distance. Yeah. But wow. So
Was he a turkey vulture?
I think so.
I think he was.
He?
Yeah. And we see them here on the river a lot.
Yeah.
We have eagles. The eagles fly over a lot. We can see them, you know, when they fly. I'm always afraid they're going to fly through our windows because the birds do. And so I'm just waiting to one day to walk out there and see an eagle sitting out there too. So that would be pretty cool. But yeah, we had some little earlier in the week. We had 2 little birds, and I'm not sure, but I think they were blue jays. And they were flying around playing, and one of them hit the window, and I always hate that.
Bluebird.
Yeah, I always hate that because I've had, sometimes I nurse them and try to get them back to going, but one of them, it just kind of dazed him, and he was just sitting there. And this is the first time I've seen this. The little bird he was playing with sat there and just stared at him for about 5 minutes, and I kept watching. And the other little bird that was dazed, he didn't move. I'm just like, oh no, this can't be good. And the little bird sat there for a few minutes, and all of a sudden he jumped up on top of his head and just started bamming him on top of the head. And he woke up. It was like he woke up, and they just
knocked some out
together. That was so neat to watch. It was just like, he's like, I'm not gonna let you sit here. You're gonna get up. You're gonna go play with me some more, because I just thought that was so neat. That was just so cool. It's the first time I've noticed that, though.
That is amazing. You see, I guess they know a bird, if they get knocked out and you just gently nudge them a little bit, they'll wake up and take off.
Yeah.
I guess that bird said, I've had enough. I'm not waiting for you.
I know. He didn't want to wait. And I thought that was precious, because he was like, you're coming with me. I'm not going anywhere. But it was just so neat how he waited. I mean, a whole 5 minutes passed, and I'm watching, and he's just he's just watching his little friend, and it's just like, I'm not going anywhere. Just, I'm going to wait.
Good friends are hard to find.
I guess so.
What kind of birds were they?
That's bluebirds.
Yeah, I think they were
Blue
bluebirds.
jays or bluebirds?
Bluebirds.
Well, see, I was thinking it was a blue jay,
Yeah, it
but
wasn't a blue
it
jay.
really looked like a blue jay.
jays
And
are this big. They're
I don't know. It wasn't a Tennessee bluebird. I recognize
Mountain
those. Mountain bluebird. That's probably what it was. Yeah, but they were beautiful.
I know a lot of birds are mated for life. We had a little a house wren. I don't know if it was a house wren or a California wren, but one got in the house and the other one was outside the window yelling at it like, "You idiot, come back." And we had two cats and a husband, and they couldn't catch that bird. And then finally he flew out, and the other guy took off with him. And I'm thinking he thought he was just a dummy, I guess. But they're mated for life.
Yeah.
Some of them.
So neat. But I rescued a bird. I don't know how there was a little hole in one of our screens on the back porch, and he's just flying around out there. And I just opened the door and wished him well in Yahuwah, and he just kind of walked over to me and then flew out the door. The worst thing to try to get out of a screened-in porch, though, is a hummingbird. You're always afraid you're going to hurt them because they're so teeny. But we've had one of those. We've had a couple of those to get in before, but they're just, they got to keep moving. They don't stop. So it's real hard to get them back where they're supposed to be. But we love our little birds.
After Katrina, I was working at Home Depot, and they had a couple of them in the store that I had to rescue and give them sugar water because they have to eat constantly to keep their metabolism because they're burning so many calories because of the flapping of the wings. But after every hurricane, there would be one or two of them in the store, and it's like, and they would be on the ground, and you'd have, like over in lumber always stays open, the lumber door. And so they come in that way. One year we had this was in the Kenner store. One year we had a hawk that came in the store. And I had a friend, my ex used to be the curator of the swamp exhibit in New Orleans, and a lady that I've been knowing for years came and tried to set a trap for getting it. It was one of those, I think, that goes in like 3 or 4. They're in a flock. And because it wasn't a big hawk, but it would come out, it would eat it, because there's mice and stuff in the store. And then another time there was a, I forget what the name of it. The ones that they're saying words when their voice comes out like whippoorwill, it wills out, but I forget what the name of the bird was. But anyway, they would always get stuff in there.
Good morning, Chance.
Yeah, great rising to you all, brothers and sisters. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Hey, JJ.
I'm working with this new camera. It's kind of,
I know.
I'm not a good camera person. You know what I mean? I really have a poor ability of looking at a camera. I just don't know how to. It's like, quit looking at me, and I'm trying to look at it, and I'm like, quit recording me.
Chance, it's okay. At least you don't look like you just rolled out of bed after 7 months like I do. So you're good.
Well, I don't know how many people he's got signed down. Yeah.
Well, Chance, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Chance, what did you pick up about what part of the lesson on wisdom and healing did you think was pertaining most to the healing?
Um, the healing aspect is like, growing in the living words of Yahuwah, and just like Sister June was saying, it's here, like you're humbling yourself to the word of Yahuwah, and you're just accepting things as they are, because his will be done. But we always have our petitions. As long as we pray with our belief on high, it says we shall receive, but it's
Mhm.
the belief, that belief is huge. If we could get into a belief and, believe wholeheartedly, it's not about convincing each other. It's between you and Yahuwah. If you can believe with your heart to Yahuwah, it shall be done for you, as the word says, That's tough though. Belief is it's a hidden power, That's a hidden power right there.
That's interesting, Chance. Hey, David.
Hey everybody, I love you guys so much. I just wanted to let you know that I think because Chance showered, I didn't shower today. No, I'm just kidding. But, no, but I just want to let you know that I'm here watching, and I love you all so much. I've been so busy. I just sort of sit back and enjoy the word, and I love you all. And I just want to say Shabbat Shalom, and I appreciate you. So
Shabbat Shalom. We love you.
all right, love you. I'll be back soon though. Cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
So yeah, that belief, that's the hard part. Unless you got it, unless you can wear it like a jacket.
Hello.
Shabbat Shalom, brother.
Shabbat
Shabbat
shalom.
Shabbat shalom,
All righty, man. Let's get started. We're on Genesis 46. Hopefully we're gonna wrap this one up today and move on. So let me see now. Let's get us a reader. Who wants to start us out today? Genesis 46. Jim, go ahead.
Thought you didn't want to.
Yeah, these genealogies, we love them when we get into them. And Israel set out with all that he had and came to Beersheba and brought offerings to the Elohim of his father Yishak. And Elohim spoke to Israel in the visions of the Layla and said, Jacob, Jacob. And he said, Here I am. And he said, I am the Elohim of your father. Do not be afraid to go down to Mitzrayim, for I shall make you there into a great nation. I myself am going down with you to Mitzrayim, and I myself shall certainly bring you up again. And let Joseph put his hand on your eyes.
Okay, hang on now. All right. So who up here says and Yisharal? Who is that? Who's Yisharal? Phyllis?
That would be Jacob or Jacob.
Okay. And what does Yisharal mean? June?
Rulers with Yah.
Okay, rulers with Yah. So we have Jacob here, and being his name is both Jacob and Yisrael. And look at his response. He says, and he said, Here I am. Is this how we should respond to Yahuwah? Is there any significance behind this response? Here I am. Go ahead, Phyllis.
His name means I am.
Yeah, Yah does. Go to Exodus 3 real quick. So in Exodus 3, over in 13, we see Moses says, when I come to the children of Israel and say to them, Elohim of your fathers sent me to you, and they said to me, what is his name? What shall I say? And Elohim said to Moses, Ahaya Asher Ahaya. So together these three words means I will be who I will be. Okay, but if we take just the Ahaya and then we separate it, remove the Aha off of there, and then we just have the Yah. The Yah, first person is I am. Okay, and so in this, is that his name? Is Ahaya Asher Ahaya his name? No, it's not. Go ahead, June.
It's the definition of who he is. It's the definition of his name, right?
It's either who he is or it's defining what he is, right? So it's really not his name. And so if we take the Ahaya and we take the Ahai off, we only have Yah. Is that his name? Roz?
Well, when you said it before and asked if I am was his name, and it says here I am, and what Sandra always puts is Shema. Shema means here, right? So maybe it should be Shema, Yah, here I am. And he's actually acknowledging that it's Yahuwah that he's speaking to, and he's saying here.
Right. Exactly. That's great. Okay, so Ahaya, if we take the Aha off and it's just Yah, is that his name? Is Yah his name? Yeah, it is. And so Yah is a diminutive or a short form of his name, Yahuwah, because it's like saying Dave for David or Mike for Michael or Steve for Stephen, right? It's just the short form of it. It's still his name. It's just the short form. That's all. Okay. And so, but in the first person, which only Yahuwah can say, it does mean I am. Okay. But that's in the first person. Okay. And so when we go on, move down a little bit here toward the bottom of the 15th verse, he says, has sent me to you. This is my name forever. And this is my remembrance to all generations. Okay, so back up 15. And Elohim said further to Moses, thus you shall say to the children of Israel, Yahuwah, Elohim of your fathers. Okay, so he actually pronounces his name at this point. And so is Yahuwah Elohim his name? Is it? What's the significance of Yahuwah Elohim? Phyllis.
He's the mighty one above all.
Yeah, but is it his name though, is what I'm saying. Yahuwah Elohim. Is Elohim his last name? Is that his surname? Why does he say Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers? Let's just say, how do we explain that to someone? Say you're talking to somebody who doesn't know anything. How would you explain? They said, what does that mean, Yahuwah Elohim? What would you say? Roz?
Well, that Elohim means he's almighty also. And that he is it's the name above all names. And he's the one that, the creator, there's nothing next to him. That he's the above everything. Anything else is, theirs. Don't eat or drink or breathe or anything where he does.
Okay, so it's what you're saying, and then so Yahuwah is his name. Elohim is just a suffix or a title added to his name, like you would say Principal John Smith, right? Type thing. So here it says Yahuwah, that's his name. Elohim is not, but it is attached to his name, just like Yahuwah Rapha would be, or Yahuwah Rai, right? The shepherd or whatever. So it's just a suffix. So it's not his name, but it does mean the highest, okay? High, lofty one, type thing. It's what they've replaced God with, okay? But it's not almighty, that's Al Shaddai. It's almighty, mighty, overwhelmingly mighty. And so he attaches that as well. So you say Yahuwah Al Shaddai, which just means Yahuwah is overwhelmingly mighty, or Yahuwah Za'albuath, right? Or Sadek, or whatever. These are just some, they call them compound names, but really they're just suffix added to his name, showing or teaching people what he does, what he can do. And he's got, believe it or not, there's over 900 suffixes or different titles, roles, modes, attributes, offices that refers to Yahuwah in Scripture. It's like over 900 of them. None of them are his name, though. He only has one name. Okay, so nothing else is his name. Okay, so we got to remember that. And so Ahaya, Asher, Ahaya, just is not his name at all. It just means I will be who I will be. Or you could say this, Yah will be who Yah will be. You could say that too. Because only Yahuwah can use the first person, I am, or I will be who I will be. Yahuwah's the only one who can say it that way. See what I'm saying? So when he says, what should I say? You tell him I will be who I will be. He's not telling him that's not his name. He just kind of almost getting smart with them. You know what I mean? And then, but as you move down there, Ahaya has sent you is basically Yah will, be what he wants to be. So Yah will be. But if you take that off, the Yah is I am. That's the diminutive form of his name. And of course, Yahuwah is his name. And Yahuwah Elohim is just his name with a suffix added or a title added to his name. See what I'm saying? So this is a huge thing. This people get really mixed up here. And so it's important to be able to go to this and explain all this to them in a clear fashion. Go ahead, Chance.
I'd just like to share something that I just recently learned not too long ago. When we put the A and the L together, it comes up as power and authority. So when you say Yahuwah my all, you're saying he's the power and the authority. It's the ox head and the shepherd staff. So like power, authority, that's kind of what I've been learning with the ancient language. Just thought I'd share that. So when I say Yahuwah my all, you're saying Yahuwah is the power and the authority in short,
Yeah, all Shaddai. Okay. Think of that. All Shaddai. Right? A-L apostrophe Shaddai. So how would you say that? Well, it's translated, it means overwhelmingly mighty, is what it means. So So translate that the way that you just said, Chance. All Shaddai. All Shaddai. We can't hear you, man.
I have it written right here. I just going over it today, but it's backwards in this camera. But I'm working on it, trying to get every letter and its significance in the meaning of it. You know, I know it means overwhelmingly powerful and almighty, but I want to know what each letter represents. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm asking you to explain to us. How would you
Well,
explain
so
when
far,
it's attached to Shaddai? That's what I'm saying.
so far, it's the ox head and the shepherd staff. That's the all. We know an ox is powerful and a leader, and we know a shepherd staff is authority. So right there is power and authority. So we'll get that one out the way right there in short, but I don't know. I got to keep working on this and praying on it because understanding only comes from him.
Okay, so his authority, right? Or authority, we could say, or his authority or authority is overwhelmingly powerful. His authority is overwhelmingly powerful, right? Okay.
That's good.
All right, let's go back to Genesis now. Notice it says here, I myself am going down with you to Mitzrayim, and I myself shall certainly bring you up again. And let Joseph put his hand on your eyes. Okay, what's all that about? Yeah, Ross.
Is that like a foretelling of how Yahusha put his hands on that man's eyes? He spit in and into the dirt, put clay on the eyes. Is that like a foreshadow of that?
And let Joseph put his hand on your eye seems to be he's telling him to let Joseph heal. He's going to heal him through Joseph. Doesn't it seem like that? It's like a healing type gift through Joseph. He's going to heal him through, tell Joseph put his hands on your eyes and I'll heal you through Joseph. Yeah, it seems to be a precursor or a type foreshadow of the gift of healing here. It really does. But what does it mean above that? I myself am going down with you to Mitzrayim, and I myself shall certainly bring you up again. What is that? What's he talking about here? What happens to them when they go down to Mitzrayim? Phyllis?
Well, they become enslaved.
All right. So he's going down with them to Mitzrayim, and I myself shall certainly bring you up again. What's that mean? Ross?
He'll be the deliverer of them, bringing them out in the Exodus.
Yeah. So he's going to be the one that puts them in that situation, but he's going to be the one that brings them out of that situation, right? What do you think is Yahuwah's plan or his desire? Why is he putting these people through 400 years of slavery? Why would that be his will to do something like that? Go ahead, Sandra.
Good morning. I was kind of wondering, is it sort of like what it says, before esteem, there is humility? So it's like he's placing them into an humbling situation to exalt them. And he's doing it to make himself known and his name known to Mitzrayim.
To the world, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mitzrayim and Canaan both were suffering the famine.
You remember when we were talking about the peaks and valleys? So when they go there, that's going to be a peak, isn't it? Because they're getting the best land that Egypt has, the best of everything. It's going to be given to them by the Pharaoh. He ordered it, right? And then, but we know later on, boom, they go down maybe to the lowest point, one of the lowest points of their existence, into slavery. Go ahead, Phyllis.
You asked what his purpose could be for that, and it could, and I was just going to say that because it gave them a chance to build up their survival skills, to be able to learn to live off the land, and they built up their herds. They build herds built up while they were there. So it was, and he was protecting them and preserving them from whatever else was going on in the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's almost, to me, it seems like there's some type of vindication going on here. In other words, these people came out of Babylon. They were, worshiping pagan statues, and they were doing idolatry and all this other stuff, right? And it's almost like this is their punishment, is that they're going to have to go serve, other people and be slaves and learn to be servile. It's almost like teaching them to be servile and be subordinate, before he brings them out and allows them to serve him. I mean, I don't know. I'm asking. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Phil, what's up, man?
Nada. Humbling, I think, a humbling experience. So they'll be able to deal with the humbling he's going to give them in the wilderness for sure. Because they probably came out of there with pride a little bit because, they've been rescued. So definitely he wants their mind right.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit of subordination and servile training going on here. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, as you said, it was a peak because they had everything. Then it was taken away because then they were being gradually put into being slaves and doing all the work. And at first they weren't doing much of the work. They was equal. And then it was more on them. And then they had to do everything. So then they went through, that was a valley. That part was a valley. And then they're coming out and he's showing them, you had it because I brought you there. Then it was taken away. I'm going to give you everything. He's, like you said, being servile, but also he's showing them that he's their everything. He's who they need, who they want, who they desire, who's going to be their everything for them.
It seems to be giving them a taste of the leaf and the taw, the first and the last, aren't it? Go ahead, Chance.
Something that came to me is being refined in the iron furnace, and it's partially judgment, punishment, and it's a refinement thing to make his power known. That's kind of what I was thinking there.
Mm-hmm. And they haven't experienced his power yet, have they? Sandra?
So I was kind of wondering, is it also sort of like, okay, the 400 years is representation to me, I don't know. It's like seeing he's establishing them as a nation is the whole gist of what's happening. This is how I'm going to establish. This is the process that you're going to go through, that you be established as my chosen. But remember when, I think it's in Luke, when Miriam received a prophecy from the man that had been waiting for the Mashiach, he said he's going to be for the rise and the fall of the nations. So this is like Yahuwah's plan. He's planning how he is going to bring forth deliverance and establish them as his people and show his greatness unto to the other ones. Basically, this is my plan. This is how we're going to do it. Because remember, he's trying to establish the nation. He's cleaning up, he's processing, and he's trying to get rid of the dross. He's trying to get rid of the wickedness. This is sort of like an overall plan. It's really a prophecy in this of what's going to happen. It's like when the children is okay. I say it like this: when they had sinned, and he gave Babylon and gave them into captivity. He came. He's come. He's saying, "I'm leading you captivity captive to bring you out." Kind of like what he's doing here. He's saying, "I'm taking you into captivity to bring you out of captivity with a great deliverance."
Roscoe.
It's also a test to see how if they stay with him and still are praying to him and knowing that he's the Father and he's the one that's going to bring them out of everything, and they have to worship him to come, he's letting them know it's me. That's what we get tested with too. To see, the longer that the test is, and testing over and over and over again, and to see if the endurance.
Yeah, go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, again, I come back to this like iron furnace. I keep thinking like, gold, when you take it out of the ground, it's all impure. You got to burn off all that yuck, and then when it's refined, it doesn't, when you bend it, it doesn't break or crack. If it's hammered thin enough, you can shine light through it, and it does not rust. So being made like gold, they're being like refined like a piece of gold. You know what I mean? They're just getting purified, cleansed, purifying them up, getting a people ready for Yahuwah. He's refining these people, man. He's making them like gold. He's whew.
I like it. Yeah, he's putting them in the fire.
Tempering the metal. He's tempering the metal.
He's leading them into the fire, man, to the furnace to get refined. Yeah, I like it. Go ahead, Ross.
The thing is, though, they weren't totally refined when they went into the wilderness. They started griping immediately about water and about food and everything. But then they were the richest because they had the manna. And that's what the Malachim are fed. So they were the richest, but yet they griped. So.
Yeah, truly, they're stiff-necked and rebellious people, aren't they? They really are. And you're right. I mean, they even though he did send them, led them into Mitzrayim to be refined, they learned a lot of bad habits there. I mean, they became disobedient. I mean, they started adapting the ways of the Egyptians, right? And all their different mighty ones and stuff like that. So then once he brought them out of there, man, he had to retrain them. I mean, they forgot what the Sabbath was even. I mean, that's how far off track they got why they were in the furnace, right? But go ahead, Phil.
I'm just agreeing the same thing. Yeah, it's just like, just think how they'd have been if he'd have just taken them out there after all this.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Russ.
Something that just came to me was that, in there it says Pharaoh didn't know Yahuwah. He didn't know the name. That's because they weren't saying it. They weren't giving homage, paying homage to Yahuwah. Like you said about the Sabbaths, they were doing what they were doing and going along with the flow, taking on the worldly stuff. And that's why Pharaoh had no idea what the name of Yahuwah was or who he was.
Well, Pharaoh definitely didn't know. I think some of the children of Israel knew, maybe a handful of them continued to worship Yahuwah, and call on him. But for the most part, they had stopped calling on him. And so after 400 years, as you can imagine, the other generations that came didn't even know the name, But I think it was passed on through some of them. Otherwise, what would have been the purpose of Yahuwah even revealing his name to them, And so I think it once they heard the name, either they knew what it was, some of them, and so they believed Moses because they knew the name, or the name shocked them back out of the darkness into the light, kind of gave them a shock, and they remembered, oh, that is him. You know what I mean? I remember that. My great grandfather told me that name, whatever, right? And so I think it was a little bit of a shock and awe here when he came and told them Yahuwah sent me, But yeah, we'll get into that more. When we get into Exodus. And anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Go ahead, Chance.
He brought up something interesting for me. He said, what did he say in some of the Natsarim writings? I have raised up Pharaoh to make my power known. So all the Eretz now knows by all the plagues and the great and gruesome signs and wonders that he's done on Mazarim, his strong hand and outstretched arm. We all know now. We all know clearly who Yahuwah is, So, Barak Yahuwah, hallelujah. Good stuff.
Okay, so we all know that the children of Israel is an example for us all to follow, right? Either duplicate or, not to do what they did. But so in the overall picture, what do you think this is a foreshadow of? Okay, so they're all going into Mitzrayim, and he's going to bring them all out. What do you think that's a foreshadow of, the overall picture? Roz?
End times. We're in Egypt right now, spiritual Egypt, and he's going to bring us out and bring us to him.
Right.
And everybody will know that his name, whether they come to him or not.
That's right. Okay, so we can see it being a foreshadow of the Great Awakening, right? So when did that happen? When did the Great Awakening happen? Chandra, you got your hand up, girl? Way down near in the bottom. I can't see it today. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I agree with what Sister Ross said, because it was like it's like a foreshadow of Yahushua. Remember when he was talking to the Prussian about their eyes being closed? It's like a prophecy of the deliverance that Yahushua had prophesied, as well as the end times that he is going to deliver. It's like he's there's a veil over their eyes that he's in the process of he's trying to remove that veil that's over their eyes to know him. He wants them to know him. He wants the world to know him, like Sister Roz was saying. And I thought about that scripture where I think it's in Yehukanah, where Yahushua was talking to the Prussian Sanhedrin, that he was the light of the world, but they couldn't receive him or they didn't know him because their eyes were closed at that time. They didn't know the full process of it. So it's like bringing them out of darkness into his marvelous light is what this is a foretype of. And then in the end, it's going to settle us with his second coming. So it's really the process of building the nation, establishing the nation, working it a little bit.
Yeah, I think we can see Mitzrayim as the world. Okay. So the Mitzrayim's of the world, he's calling his people out of the world after years of slavery, serving, being servants to sin and death, or serving the flesh, calling them out, waking them up, giving him his name, revealing his name in these last days. And so my question is, when did the Great Awakening happen? When did all this begin? The reality of this foreshadow begin? Go ahead, Ross.
2008.
2008.
When the
Ross,
curse had lifted.
All right. Ross?
My train of thought, there was something else that had to do with this. It'll come back.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So 2008 was the end of the curse, if you want to call it that, and the Great Awakening began. And that's about the time everybody started finding out what his true name was. It just started coming. It was a little fire at first, a little spark, and then all of a sudden, boom! Now it's like a huge force fire. I mean, it's really taken off now. Go ahead, Ross.
After Pharaoh died and all of his troops died, they had not known Yahuwah's name. And now they had, well, at that point, they changed and they made a carved idol that had the name of Yah on it. But they did, they used it for something else. But he was not there, something that they worshipped before, and now they knew who he was.
All right. Let me see who's trying to get back in here. Oh, Oz. Okay. So did you send me that video of the scuba going under with the little submarine under the Red Sea? Yeah. So now, there was a guy that had discovered, wagon wheels and stuff laying under the Red Sea, the Sea of Reeds. And now the science has went and they have these little mini subs for exploration purposes. And they took one of those under there, man, and they found like hundreds, thousands of chariots and human remains, human bones, all underneath that, the Pharaoh's army. And Ross sent me the video, and I watched that, and it was very, very good. I mean, really good. If you have that link, Ross, you can post it, and I'll share it up on here if anybody else wants to watch it. It's really cool, though. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right. Well, let's continue on then, June.
Chapter 46, verse 5. And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel brought their father Jacob and their little ones and their wives in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to transport him. And they took their livestock and their property which they had acquired in the land of Canaan and came into Mitzrayim, Jacob and all his seed with him, his sons and his sons' sons, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed he brought with him to Mitzrayim. And these were the names of the children of Israel, Jacob and his sons, who came into Mitzrayim. Reuben was Jacob's firstborn. And the sons of Reuben, Canaan and Palu and Ketzron and Carmi. And the sons of Shimeon, Yemuel and Yemun and Ohad and Yakin and Zorkar and Shaul, son of a Canaanite, Asha. And the sons of Lui, Gershom, Kahath, and Merari. And the sons of Yehuda, and Onan, and Shelah, and Peretz, and Zerach. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Peretz were Ketzron and Hamul. And the sons of Issachar, Tola and Puah and Job and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered and Elon and Yachleal. These were the sons of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob in Padan Aram with his daughter Dinah. And all the beings, his sons and his daughters, were 33. And the sons of Gad, Zephayon and Kagai, Shuni, Etzbon, Eri, Arodi, and Areli. And the sons of Asher, Yemnah and Yeshua and Yeshui and Beriah and Sirah, their sister. And the sons of Beriah, Keber and Malchiel. These were the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter. And these she bore to Jacob, 16 beings. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's Asher, Joseph, and Benjamin. And to Joseph in the land of Mizraim were born Manasseh and Ephraim, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On, bore to him. And the sons of Benjamin, Bela and Becher and Ashbel, Gera and Naaman, Iki and Rosh, Mupim and Kupim and Ard. These were the sons of Rachel who were born to Jacob, 14 beings in all. And the son of Dan, Cushim, and the sons of Naphtali, Yaxiel and Guni and Yetzer and Shilim. These were the sons of Bilhah, whom Laban gave to Rachel his daughter, and she bore these to Jacob, 7 beings in all. All the beings who went with Jacob to Mizraim, who came from his body, besides Jacob's sons' wives, were 66 beings in all. And the sons of Joseph who were born to him in Mizraim were 2 beings. All the beings of the house of Jacob who went to Mizraim were 70. And he sent Yehudah before him to Joseph to point out before him the way to Goshen. And they came to the land of Goshen. And Joseph made ready his chariot and went up to Goshen to meet his father Israel. And he appeared to him and fell on his neck and wept on his neck a long time. And Israel said to Joseph, "Now let me die, since I have seen your face, that you are still alive." And Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's household, "I am going up to inform Pharaoh and say to him, my brothers and those of my father's house who were in the land of Canaan have come to me. And the men are shepherds, that they have been men of livestock, and they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. And it shall be, when Pharaoh calls you and says, 'What is your occupation?' that you shall say, 'Your servants have been men of livestock from our youth even till now, both we also our fathers,' so that you dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination to the Mitzrites."
All right. Thanks, June. Wow. So here we go. The 70 of them now all came from Abraham. So they're up to 70 now, and they've left Canaan. They're in Egypt. What in the world is that last one there? For every shepherd is an abomination to the Mitzrites. So he wants them to say, "Tell Pharaoh that your servants have been men of livestock." And then he says, "So that you dwell in the land of Goshen and that's, right across the Sea of Reeds, okay, right on the other side of it, in the Wadi of Egypt. But For every shepherd is an abomination to the Mitzrites. What does that mean? Why would being a shepherd be an abomination to anybody? To the Mitzrites in general here speaking. Why? What do you think's up with that? Roz?
Well, when they first came in there, they Joseph, or I think it was, had said, "Don't tell them that you are sheep herders. Tell them that you have cattle," because they didn't like sheep herders, period. But yet they serve a lot of lamb nowadays. I know they do in a lot of the places, but I don't know. But I just, that came to my mind.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I have heard it said in the past that sheep were dirty smelling, and they ate a lot of the grazing, and they didn't leave anything behind, and that they were stinky.
Yeah, I think the sheep do eat down, pretty much down to the dirt and even the ruts, so it's like they don't leave nothing. And so any of the other animals that would be around them would starve to death. There wouldn't be anything left, right? But besides that, though, why is it an abomination? I mean, that's a strong word, man. Go ahead, Chandra.
I was wondering if it's because they worshipped most of the beasts and animals. They were idols to them, is why they were abomination to them. Whereas they cared for the sheep. It's sort of like analogy of the good shepherd cares for the sheep, but the false one leaves them apart. So it's the difference between the dark and the light.
That could be. It could be kind of like Hindu, right? Where cows are sacred, whatever. And it would be abomination to herd them or eat them or whatever. It probably had something to do with their religious beliefs, I would think. Phyllis, you got your hand up?
No, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, abomination is a strong word. What does it mean?
Deep disgust.
He hated them.
Huh?
He hated them. These things I hate, 7 are abominations. That's in Proverbs. So they were hated by the Mitzrites. Because remember when they went to Yusuf's house, they had a separate table for Yusuf and the Egyptians, and then a separate table for the new known Hebrews. It's sort of like a prophecy of when Yahusha came, the nations didn't want to mix. The flesh, the difference between the flesh and the spirit.
The Jews were not allowed to mix with the Gentile because they didn't want them to intermarry.
But Yahuwah is mixing the seed here. He's spreading the seed and mixing it.
Yeah, it's something that he hates, or it's hate or disgust, and so a very strong word, to be used here. But the only thing I can think of is that it's some type of offense to their religious practices, and the only reason it would be an abomination. When we say abomination, it usually applies toward some type of religious belief, or practice or whatever, cultural practice. Go ahead, Ross.
I found it. It's in your email. It's a link and it's got a few of them. I couldn't find it in the email that I sent you.
Okay, let me look. Anybody else, any thoughts, comments, or questions? Let me see.
When
here.
David, when he chose David, he was the
Uh-huh.
smallest. He was a sheep herder. Remember, it looked down on him even for that, even with his own people at that point. And he was brought up to be the king, and all of the other brothers were not his quality that he wanted. So it's like it's a different class of people or something.
Yeah, could be. It could be. Egypt didn't have a lot of grass. I mean, they had that fertile area there, Goshen, the Wadi of Mitzrayim. That's very fertile, area, because all that water comes in out of the Mediterranean Sea there and waters it. But for the most part, the desert. So they probably, grass like that for fertile area on the Nile and all that. That was highly esteemed by the Egyptians, and sheep would destroy an area like that. And so maybe why they built up a dislike for sheep and sheep herders, shepherds and stuff like that. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was remembering when Musha first went to Pharaoh and he told him to let the people go. Musha said, we cannot, it was something about they couldn't sacrifice the animals in front of the Egyptians because they, for whatever reason, they had something against sacrificing of animals there. Remember when Musha told them that? He said, I can't, he said, you might think this is abominable because we may have to sacrifice to Yahuwah, and you got to provide for us to sacrifice there. And that's abominable to the Egyptians. That's what came to my mind.
Yeah, well, up in 34, it says that you shall say, your servants have been men of livestock from the youth. And then down there he says, so that you dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination to the Israelites. So there's a distinction between being men of livestock and being a shepherd, which is an abomination. What's the difference? So he's telling them to say that you're men of livestock, but don't tell them you're shepherds because it's an abomination. So you see, there's a distinction here. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, then they would be the owners of the livestock rather than the workers of the livestock. Maybe that's what it is.
Nah, I don't think so. Not quite. Anybody else got any thoughts on that? Okay, so Ross?
Well, sheep herders are also wanderers too. So it's almost like a homelessness situation that they don't have homes and they, that's what just came to me.
Yeah, it might be some sort of, toward the men, but I think it's more toward animal. I think there's a differential here between animals. And so I think the men of livestock would be more like camel people, camel people, horses, camels, cattle, this type of animal versus sheep. See what I'm saying? We almost seen, and so I think that's why he's saying, tell them that you're men of livestock. And so here goes that same deceivement that Jacob and Esau. Same situation. They're lying. Okay, they're covering things up. They're not telling the truth. Just tell them you're men of livestock. Don't tell them you're shepherds with sheep. And so it's kind of like not lying, but they're hiding the true facts as well, right? So haven't we seen that from the beginning with Abraham? Yeah, all the way through, and even here they're still doing it. So this seems to be some type of family characteristic or something, family trait, man. They want to deceive people, and to me, it's sort of like they're lying to Pharaoh. He's telling them to lie to Pharaoh, hide the fact that they're really shepherds. Don't tell them that, man. I know. Just tell them you're men of livestock. And so that would, in Pharaoh's mind, he would probably see cattle, horses, camels, things like that. See what I'm saying? So different animal species here. I don't think it's maybe a little bit of human, traits, but I think it's more of an animal differential. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I noticed in 32, he says, and the men are shepherds, that they have been men of livestock, and they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. So that would be inclusive of all the animals that they shepherded.
No. Well, yeah, there's not shepherding, but they keep them. So, and the men are shepherds, and that they have been men of livestock, and they have brought their flocks in their herds. Flocks and herds are two different things. So it's telling you that they keep the group that came in there has a lot of different animals. Okay, and so this is why Joseph's able to deceive Pharaoh. Just tell them you're men of livestock. Don't tell them about the sheep. See what I'm saying? There's a deception here with the animals. Are we seeing it? I mean, it's pretty clear. Go ahead, Roz.
I just sent you something on it. I looked up how the value of livestock during that time, and it said it was about wealth, economic wealth.
Oh, yeah, and wives, too.
Uh-huh.
More wives you had, the richer you were. What on that thing you sent me? Which video was it? Was it the one with Exodus Explorers and chariot parts?
Let me see. Maybe, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
The first guy was that did that was when they went diving under there was Ron Wyatt, and he's dead now, but he's also the one that said he found the Ark of the Covenant underneath the Temple Mount area, underneath Golgotha. But anyway, yeah, okay, so I think it's that one. It's like 16 minutes long. If y'all want me to show it at the end, I will. Just let me know. I can screen share it if you want. Okay. Okay, so anyway, there's some type of trickery going on, some type of deceit, trying to hide this from them. Now, does this come back and bite them? This deception? Okay, so this deception is allowing them to be there and live on the most fertile, choice land Egypt has. If they would have told Pharaoh we're shepherds mainly, we have other livestock, but we're mainly shepherds, he may have run them out of there, and they wouldn't even let them be there. And so did their deception come back and haunt them, bite them on the butt? Did it? Yeah, it did. Because what happened? They ended up getting stuck there and becoming slaves for 400 years because of their deception. If they had told the truth, he probably would have thrown them out, and who knows what would have happened from there. And that's all pure speculation from that point. But here again, their deception gotten them into a lot of trouble. That's happened ever since Abraham on, all through his line. The same situation. It's like a repeat. It's reciprocating. All right. It must be in the genes. That's all I can say. Because it's obvious, pretty obvious. It continues. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? All right. Who wants to read 47? Sandra, go ahead. It's a long one.
I should have got a short one. Barashith, Genesis 47, verse 1. Then Yosef went and spoke to Pharaoh and said, my father and my brothers, their flocks and their herds, and all that they possess, have come from the land of Canaan. And see, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took 5 men from among his brothers and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to his brothers, what is your occupation? And they said to Pharaoh, your servants or shepherds, both we and also our fathers. And they said to Pharaoh, we have come to dwell in the land because there's no pasture for your servants' flocks. For the scarcity of food is severe in the land of Canaan. And now, please let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen. Pharaoh spoke to Yosef, saying, your father and your brothers have come to you. The land of Mitzrayim is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best of the land, and let them dwell in the land of Goshen. And if you know of capable men among them, then make them chief herdsmen over my livestock. And Yosef brought in his father Yaqub and set him before Pharaoh. And Yaqub blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Yaqub, how old are you? And Yaqub said to Pharaoh, the yeoman of the years of my travels are 130 years. Few and evil have been the yeoman of the years of my life, and they have not reached the yeoman of the years of the life of my fathers in the yeoman of their sojournings. And Yaqub.
Stop. Okay, something weird going on here. Okay, so it says, and my father and my brothers, their flocks and their herds and all that they possess. Okay, so you can see flocks and their herds up in verse 1 are separate. Okay, so these are 2 different things. Okay, and so a flock and a herd is 2 different things. Okay, herds are like horses, cattle, camel. Flocks are sheep and goats, things like that, and even birds. Okay, so now it gets weird because he says that to tell him that your servants, you have your men of livestock, but don't tell him that you're a shepherd because it's an abomination. But then down here it says, what's your occupation? And they said the servants are shepherds, both we and our fathers. Is that maybe a misinterpretation? Because it seems like it might be. Because if you look up here, back here on 4 at the top here, and now please let your servants dwell in the land. And then Pharaoh says that the land is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best of the land. That means the most fertile land, and let them dwell in the land of Goshen. And if you know the capable men among you, then make them chief herdsmen over my livestock. Okay, and so it seems to go back to livestock. So what's up here, man? Is this a misinterpretation, or is this? Am I missing something? Because they were instructed not to tell him that they were shepherds. But here it says they did tell him, your servants are shepherds. But then he doesn't do anything about it. He doesn't act like it's a big deal. If that's is that the way it was supposed to be interpreted? But then up here it says that, and if you know the capable men, make them chief herdsmen over my livestock. So what do y'all think about that? There seems to be there's some kind of a conflict here. Any idea? What are y'all thinking, ma'am? Sandra?
Well, I read once in Marshall, which is Proverbs, that the lot may fall upon you, but every decision by it is from Yahuwah. So I'm wondering, is that in the essence of what's going on here? The decision that Pharaoh is making, that came from Yahuwah's design. I'm trying to find that scripture.
Yeah, I looked it up in another translation, and it does say your servants are shepherds as well.
Oh.
Just as our fathers were. Put them in charge of my own livestock. So I don't know, man. There's something ain't jiving, man. To me, something weird there. I'm going to look into another one, another translation. Anybody got any ideas on this one? Go ahead, Ross.
Could it be like a foreshadow of what the tribes are going to be doing in the future for shepherding people? Giving out the good news of why they're called shepherds?
I don't know. Maybe. All right. So far, all of them are saying the same thing. I'm going to look at one more translation.
Okay, so that scripture I was talking about is in Marshall chapter 16, verse 33. The lot is cast into the lap, but every decision by it is from Yahuwah. So he's just doing the will of Yahuwah by saying that. And so are they.
Okay, so here in this listen to this. In this here's another translation. Look, I'm going to go back to 34 where it says in abomination that you shall say your servant's trade has been about cattle from your youth, even until now, both we and also our fathers, that you shall dwell in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd is an abomination unto Egypt. Okay, and then it's the same translation now. Listen to this. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said, my father and my brothers and their flocks and their herds and all they have are come up out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took some of the brother, even 5 men, and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his brothers, what is your occupation? And they said to Pharaoh, your servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. So it's like they're telling him, well, he told them not to, but yet he told them to say that they were men of cattle. Over here. Your servant's trade has been about cattle from our youth. So livestock would be indication of cattle. There's something weird going on, man. It almost seems none of those seem right to me. I mean, either that or they told the truth and Pharaoh didn't care. Could that be what's going on here? Did they go against what Joseph told them to say and they told Pharaoh the truth and he doesn't care? Is that what's happening? I just looked through 4 different translations And they all said that they told him that they were shepherds when Pharaoh asked them. There's something weird happening. Go ahead, Ross.
I just looked up the meaning of Goshen, and I'll read it. Goshen refers to a region in ancient Egypt, east of the Nile Delta, where the Israelites lived before the Exodus. The name can also mean drawing near. That's what stuck out to me, and is used metaphorically to signify a place of comfort, plenty, and peace, like a land of Goshen.
Yeah, it's the best. That's for sure.
But drawing near maybe to Yahuwah.
Yeah, 6 says, the land of Mitzrayim is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best of the land. Let them dwell in the land of Goshen. So, yeah, it was absolutely the best. Go ahead, Oz.
I actually think that Joseph's brothers intentionally say that word to set themselves apart. Like, I actually think that they wanted it to be completely set apart, to be seen up to a degree of an abomination for them to do not be closer to the Egyptians. It's not only the Egyptians wanted, like I think Israel's people wanted them to be separated from the Egyptians themselves. So I think they potentially could have said that in order for them to, like, for the Egyptians to be like, yeah, put them kind of separated from us.
Yeah,
right.
That could be. Yeah. And could it be that maybe these 5 men spoke and they said, look, man, we deceived Joseph once, even though he told us to lie to Pharaoh. Maybe we should not lie and show Joseph that we've changed. We're men of honor now. And so let's just go ahead and tell the truth and let the bones, the pieces fall where they may. And so they told the truth, and Pharaoh just didn't really care, and then maybe it shocked Joseph. Oh, wow, Joseph doesn't care. Yeah. See what I'm saying? But there's something to it. That's for sure. All right. So just wanted to point that out. I don't know, if it's that big of a deal, but there's definitely either they wanted to regain their honor, and no matter what happened, let the pieces fall where they may, or I don't know if maybe there's been a misinterpretation here of scriptures from the Hebrew text that's been passed along through all these different translations. Sometimes people repeat mistakes. I've seen that a lot as well. And as I dug through it really deep, found out, all 5 of them translations are wrong. You know what I mean? I've had that happen. Okay, so I don't know. It's very interesting, though, isn't it? Because Joseph did tell them not to tell them that, because the shepherd was an abomination. But yet when they got in front of Pharaoh, they told him that exactly what Joseph said not to. And but obviously livestock, it's not referencing sheep. Okay, it's definitely 90% of the time would be cattle. It can also be horses or camels, but not goats and sheep. Those are herds. You see what I'm saying? I mean, flocks. Sorry. Okay. Anybody else got any comments, thoughts, or questions on this? Very interesting thing we found here. Sandra.
So I understand what you're saying now, because when you look at the word shape, herd, you herd sheep, and I guess you livestock, cattle and horses and camels and things. Those are livestock. Right. And sheep, goats are herded.
Yeah, so they're in herds.
Just based on that word, that makes sense what you're saying now.
Yeah, there's something weird going on for sure.
Not
real sure what it is, and it's not really, to me, it's not really that important to dig into it that deep. But now there are some things that I thought was extremely important, and I dug into them really deep, and actually found that there 5-6 different translations were wrong with their interpretation. So you can't believe everything. Don't forget, translation by mere definition cannot be inspired. I mean, that's ignorant to say that, because a translation by mere definition is impossible to be inspired. That's just ignorance. And we don't want to be ignorant. We want to have wisdom, right? Don't we? Don't we want to be wise? Go ahead, Sandra.
So I'm wondering, why was the occupation such an important discussion here? The occupation. So the occupation does the occupation have to do with Yahuwah making a difference between the clean and the unclean?
I think that's what Oz's point was. I think that's what Oz was trying to say. But it would be set apart versus, or clean versus unclean type thing. But I think the occupation back then was just like today. I mean, you start talking to somebody, say, hey, what do? You just want to know what type of work they do, what their occupation is. It's just something that comes up very quickly in adult conversations, But I think Pharaoh was just wondering, what do these people do where I can make good use of them being here, type thing. You know what I mean? And so, because that's his response was, hey, if there's any capable men, make them chief herdsmen over my livestock. Chief herdsmen. That means the foremans over my livestock. So Pharaoh's throwing blessing after blessing on these people, man, giving them the best land. Seek out the best land. Go sit on Goshen. That's the best Egypt has. Make your herdsmen chief. Make them a chief herdsman over my personal livestock as well, because you guys have been doing it all your life, so you must know what you're doing. So make them chief herdsmen over my livestock, which is basically like foremen. They're the foremans. See what I'm saying? So that's why he's curious about their occupation. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? No? Okay, let's continue on. Sandra, where'd you go? Sandra must have went to the bathroom or something. All right. Anybody got thoughts, comments, or questions? So we're waiting on Sandra to get back. Go ahead, Ross.
Even in the Old West, when somebody had sheep, they were looked down on. They didn't want them coming into their, they would chase them out. But yet they could have the cows and stuff, and then they could break down the fences. That didn't bother them so much, but the lambs did.
Yeah, like I said, I think the sheep eat the grass down so low that the horses and cows can't eat. Yeah, and I think that's why they didn't like them. I know there's all kinds of things like, they stunk and they were dirty and all this and that, but give me a break. Them cowboys probably didn't smell too good either, But yeah, it was mostly. Huh?
I think in Texas, when they were developing the state of Texas in the Western days, the cattlemen didn't like the sheep herders.
No.
Remember, they used to have a whole lot of gunshots over those old Westerns.
Oh yeah. They didn't like them. Okay. Sandra, let's go ahead and continue on, man.
Okay, Barashith, chapter 47, verse 11. Verse 10. And Yaqub blessed Pharaoh and went out from before Pharaoh. So Yusuf settled his father and his brothers and gave them a possession in the land of Mitzrayim, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Yusuf provided his father and his brothers and all his father's household with bread from the mouth, for the mouth of the little ones. Now there was no bread.
Okay, so what here they said he told them to go dwell in the land of Goshen. Now they're in the land of Ramses. What's that? What's the difference in that between Goshen and Ramses? Anybody know? Go ahead, Ross.
Something that just struck out that she just read was possession. Possession means that they owned it, because he didn't let anybody else own their property. They rented from him, right? The Pharaoh subjects.
It could be mean. It could just be mean that they're living there and controlling the working the land and stuff. Maybe it meant he wouldn't charge them. They were living there for free. I don't know. I don't think he deeded it to him. I could be wrong. I don't know. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments on that? What's the difference between the two?
Aren't they one and the same? One is like part of the city and the other part is the countryside?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Ramses is the town or the city, and Goshen is the countryside. Okay. Trying to find a map. No, this one ain't too bad. Oh, this one ain't too bad. Even if I can, let me see if I can share screen it. Maybe not. Wait a minute. There it is. No, that's not it. Okay, that should be able to do it. Hang on a minute. Let me share screen this. There it goes. Calm down, Speedy. Speedy going nuts. All right, here you go. So, this is the Exodus map, but we can see the point here. Okay, see, here's Egypt, obviously. Here's these rivers coming down, feeding this delta back through here, and here's the Nile. Well, this would be the Red Sea, and here's the Nile being fed by the mouth of these three rivers here. See that? And so the Promised Land gives the Israelites the right to all this land, all the way over to the Nile River. Okay, so this is Sinai, obviously. Here's Jerusalem up here. So here's Canaan. So they went over here and they dwelled in the land of Goshen. Goshen, see here, see Ramses, see that? Tel El Daba Averis. So Ramses would be right where that red dot is. That was the city area. This whole area here, this province here, was land of Goshen. Then on the other side of this river was the delta, the lower Egypt here. So that was basically marshland, is what it was, backwash. Okay. So when they left, you see here the sea, Red Sea. They say they parted the Red Sea. Well, the Red Sea was way down here. They didn't go way down here and go across. When they left, they went boom, like that. And so they left, actually, I guess this way. But yeah, they went that like that. So they crossed right around in this area here. But basically, they were really close. And remember, there was like 1 million people. So 1 million people took off from here, and they went and crossed the Red Sea right here, the Sea of Reeds, boom, and over into the Sinai, right through here. So this would be where that they found all those chariots and everything, and all them human remains right under this river area here, right in here somewhere maybe. They don't know exactly where they crossed, but they're saying that, basically this red line, they crossed here. This red line is where they crossed. Yeah, that's what they're saying. So way over here is the Edomites and the Moabites and the Amorites. Way over here. See, they got Mount Sinai way over here. They're not in the Sinai Peninsula, but over here in the Arabia, right here. Remember, we talked about that. So this red line would be when they left, they went way down here, boom, 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 went over, crossed. Somehow they crossed over here. This sea, they crossed over and went this way. So it makes you wonder, how did they get across that big, vast area? But they did. Anyway, the land of Goshen and that dots Ramses, okay? And when they crossed right here over this river, not the sea, the Red Sea way down here, okay? Everybody seeing that? Okay.
Did you tell us the name of the river?
Which one? This one?
The one they crossed over on.
They just call it the Sea of Reeds. That's all I know. I don't know what that river is. It doesn't say so. It doesn't say what it is. The only river its name is showing us here is the Nile. I mean, they're showing the Nile River, but they're not naming these rivers here that go into the Nile. It says Bitter Lakes right here. Bitter Lakes, Red Sea, but it doesn't name this river. But obviously they crossed right there. Sea of Reeds, what they say the name of it, the river is what I've heard. That the river's called the Sea of Reeds. But the Red Sea is way down here. There ain't no way they went way down here and crossed, or the Egyptian army would have caught up with them. There was 1 million people moving. So they'd have crossed quickly. All righty. Any comments, thoughts, or questions on that? No? Okay. Let's continue on then, Sandra.
Barashith, Genesis chapter 47, verse 12. And Yusuf provided his father and his brothers and all his father's household with bread for the mouth of the little ones. Now there was no bread in all the land, because the scarcity of food was very severe. In the land of Mitzrayim and all the land of Canaan, became exhausted from the scarcity of food. And Yusuf gathered up all the silver that was found in the land of Mitzrayim, in the land of Canaan, for the grain which they brought. And Yusuf brought the silver into Pharaoh's house. And when the silver was all spent in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, all the Mitzrayim came to Yusuf and said, "Give us bread, for why should we die in your presence? For the silver is gone." Yusuf said, "Give your livestock, and I give you bread for your livestock, if the silver is gone." And so they brought their livestock to Yusuf, and Yusuf gave them bread in exchange for their horses, for the flocks they owned, and for the herds they owned, and for the donkeys. Thus he fed them with bread in exchange for all their livestock that year. And when that year had ended, they came to him the next year and said, "We do not hide from you, my master, that our silver is all spent, and my master also has the livestock we own, and there's not any been left before my master but our bodies and our lands. Why should we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Both we and our land, but us and our land, buy us and our land for bread, and let us and our land be servants of Pharaoh, and give us seed, and let us live and not die in the land, and let the land not lie waste." Yusuf bought the entire land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh, because every man of the Mitzrites sold his field, because the scarcity of food was severe upon them. And the land came to Pharaoh's, and as for the people, he moved them into the cities, from one end of the borders of Mitzrayim to the other end. Only the ground of the priests he did not buy, for the priests in the had portions allotted to them by Pharaoh, and they ate their portions with Pharaoh, which Pharaoh gave them. Therefore, they did not sell their ground. And Yusuf said to the people, "Look, I have bought you and your land today for Pharaoh. Look, here is seed for you, and you shall sow the land, and it shall be that in the harvest you shall give 1/5 to Pharaoh, and 4/5 is your own, as seed for the field and for your food, for those of your household, and as food for your little ones." And they said, "You have saved our lives. Let us find favor in the eyes of my master, and we shall become Pharaoh's servants." And Yusuf made it a law over the land of Mitzrayim to this yom, that Pharaoh should have 1/5, except for the ground of the priests only, which did not become Pharaoh's. And Yeshua dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in the land of Goshen, and they had possessions there, and bore fruit, and increased exceedingly. And Yaakov lived in the land of Mitzrayim 17 years. So the length of Yaakov's life was 147 years. And the time of Yeshua to die drew near. And he called his son Yusuf and said to him, "Now, if I have found favor in your eyes, please put your hand under my thigh and show kindness and truth to me. Please do not bury me in Mitzrayim, but I shall lie with my fathers, and you shall take me up out of Mitzrayim and bury me in their burial place." And he said, "I do as you have said." And he said, "Swear to me." And he swore to him, and Yeshua bowed himself on the head of the bed.
Go ahead and read that little caption.
Okay. The placing of the hand under the thigh was an oath taken on future generations, still in the testis of a man, thus the term testament.
Uh-huh. Okay. Any questions, thoughts, comments, Phyllis?
I might have missed this, but did did Israel sell their land back to Pharaoh? And then
Doesn't appear they did.
I didn't see that.
They sell personally. I think they were just occupying it. The Egyptians did, and apparently were held. They had private land, but I don't see where it says that the Israelites owned the land. I think they just occupied it. Myself, they weren't Egyptians, so I don't think they were allowed to buy it. I might be wrong, but that's what I'm getting out of it. Go ahead, Sandra. What's up?
Well, I was noticing that when Yaqub was sold, he was 17 years of age, and that his life in Mitzrayim was 17 years, like a makeup for the time that he had lost, what you say.
Yeah, that's real good. That's good. That's a good observation. Yeah, it's like Yahuwah gave him the 17 years back to spend with his son, with Joseph, that he missed. Yeah.
That's what I noticed.
Yeah, that's a good observation. Anybody else? There is a building in Israel that's called the Tomb of Joseph. I don't know if you all have ever seen that or not. Hang on out. I don't know if I can find a picture of it. Hang on that.
Is it in Egypt, the tomb of Joseph, or is it in
Israel?
It's in Israel. Because
Mm-hmm.
he told him to take his bones out of there.
They did.
Oh, okay.
When they went during the Exodus, they took Joseph's bones. All right, there's here it is. Hang on out. Let me share screen. Speedy going nuts. He wants to share screen so bad. Here we go. Here we go. Speedy, we're gonna do it.
No, haven't.
Missed it?
Okay, so this is the tomb of Joseph. They say it's in Arimathea, Jerusalem. There's what it looks like. That's what I was trying to find. So this is where the tomb of Joseph, where they took his bones back and buried him. That's what it looks like inside. It's like a big cave in there, right? So this has to be around the cave of the patriarchs, I would say. Almost has to be, right? You wanted to be buried near his fathers. So I would think it would be. There's a big, huge thing over there called the Cave of the Patriarchs. That's where all the couples are buried, So probably Joseph's tomb is up around there, I think. Let me see.
Michael.
Yeah.
Nope.
Here it is.
Binoculars.
That would be.
Talitha, your microphone's on.
Oh, sorry.
So here's the this is where the caves of the patriarchs around Hebron is. They have this going on there. So obviously it's been commercialized. But here's what it really looks like. I'll show you. Boom. This is the cave opening of the cave of the patriarchs. It's where they lowered the bodies down in there and buried them in there. What it is just a bunch of caverns down in there, and they put them into different caverns.
I don't see anything anymore. I don't know if you're still showing us, but we haven't
You
seen
guys
it.
can't see that?
No, we saw it and then you switched.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to share screen.
Sorry.
I'm looking at it myself.
I just realized because you were like, oh, this is where they lower the bodies in. I was like, oh, we definitely don't see that.
I didn't hit the share screen thingy. No wonder Speedy was up there having a fit. Wonder what was wrong with him. Okay, so here you go. So this is the opening of the Cave of the Patriarchs, and it's what it is. It's just an opening, and down in there, there's like tunnels and there's caverns, and they're all the different couples, you know, Abraham and Sarah, and Leah, and they're all down in there, all the different couples. Okay, and this is around Hebron, and they built that. You know, there's that big building nearby it. And I'll show you one more, and then we'll get going, move on. I can do this all day, so this is what Speedy wants to do anyway. My most favorite thing in the world. Okay, so anybody know what this is? I bet nobody can guess what this is. Anybody? Want to take a
Supposedly the tomb of Yahusha.
Nope. Good guess though.
The caption on the top says King David Cave.
Hey, you're cheating. That's King David's tomb.
Is that also the cave Adullam?
Adullam?
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
Where he was held up at, hiding from Shaul?
Oh, no, I don't think so. This is just was just his tomb where he was buried. All right. Let's see now. What happened? We finished that chapter. Who wants to read 48? Unless there's any thoughts, comments, or questions up to this point.
Yeah, I had a question. At the end, in the captions at the end of 47, the placing of the hand under the tide. Are we talking about like in their testicles?
No.
Testicles of a man? What does that mean?
No. Under the thigh of the leg. They would place their hand underneath the thigh of the man, and then they would take an oath, and by doing so, this would be they were bound to keep their word, and even it was even put on their future generations. And so
But it says of the future generations still in the testes of a man.
Yeah.
So
in the testament of a man. Not testicles.
But it says testes, which is another name for testicles.
On the future generation, still in the testes of a man, meaning it's their sworn testimony that they have to complete the oath. Okay, let me look it up for you.
Sort of it means like the next generation. It just represents, you've heard the expression, he's carrying the family jewels.
That's
And
right.
so he's under his thigh. And that was how they swore that even their generations will follow this. He doesn't have to be touching the testicles.
Yeah, I don't think so, but let me look it up here. Hang on.
Okay, and while you're looking that up, Joe, what were you looking at out the window there?
There were 6 deer ran right by our window, and there's an 8-point buck. And
Yeah, they
Oh
stopped.
yeah! Oh wow!
They were beautiful. We were watching them.
yeah, they stopped right there.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, it does mean testicles in its literal sense.
He was making an oath on his future generations, like Sister Phyllis was saying.
Yeah.
Because men don't have seed like women; they just have the juice for it.
It represented, yeah, exactly. It represented that the future generations coming from the seed of the man would carry on the oath till the oath was fulfilled. It wasn't necessary he was grabbing him by the nuts, okay? Just putting his hand under his thigh, up there, probably close to his hip, probably. It just something they would do back in the day. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification.
Any thoughts, comments, or questions?
It sounds like a painful oath.
You would think it'd be the other way around, right? So, Jacob would grab him and squeeze his nuts and make it, you swear to it or I'm not going to let go, right? Seems like it would be the other way around to me. I don't know.
Well, that's why he put it under the thigh so he wouldn't have to grab that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he was still slipping his hand under his thigh. You know what I mean? It was symbolic to that his seed would continue, to fulfill the oath if he couldn't fulfill it. That's all it was. All right?
It's like a metaphor, and it's to distinguish between how when they did the translators, they say New Testament and Old Testament. So that lets you know that translation is a lie.
Yeah, a testament and testicles.
The scriptures is a lie. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, words are weird, huh? There's a lot of play on words for sure. So what would that mean then? New seed? Testament? Is that what that's implying? It would mean new seed?
I think it's like the sister, future generations.
Yeah, future generation.
Future offspring.
New generation type thing. Yeah.
Break the oath.
I mean, it could also mean like you're swearing by your balls, like on that level of like I swear by my balls that I will commit to that.
That could be. Go ahead, Roz.
I don't remember which translation, but in one of the translations it actually says log. And I just looked it up and I don't know, but I remember reading. Yeah.
What do you mean that? What do you mean log?
I don't know. That was what they said.
What did they say? I'm not following.
Like on here they're saying thigh, but in another interpretation it was said log.
Oh, they stuck it. They put the hand under the log.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know, man. Go ahead, Chance.
I would like to just ask a question on how you guys deal with so let's say you have somebody before you divided between scriptures. This is what I said to him. I said, why are you divided between New Testament and Old Testament? Doesn't this whole book, there's prophecies being fulfilled, prophecies already fulfilled. and prophecies yet to be fulfilled. So you have to understand the whole book. But how would you, you know what I mean? I was faced with this task here. Somebody was divided between New Testament. Oh, he said, "Oh, that's Old Testament." So what are you implying, that that's all irrelevant now? Is that what they do? They say that's all irrelevant?
Yeah, you know what's really weird about that? If you think about it being the old generation and the new generation, okay, which what it really is, there's continuity between generations. There's no breaks. You can't go from the old generation and arrive at the new generation with a break. I mean, but that would stop your line. See what I'm saying? Your line would be cut off. No, would be no more on the earth. So that right there alone tells you it's a lie. There can't be a break in the continuity of a generation. Otherwise, the generation is cut off and ceases to exist. So that right there tells you it's a lie. Think about it.
Mark, this is what I was faced with, my brother. So I'm talking to a Christian man, and I was explaining to him the renewed covenant in the blood of Yahusha. And he said, the renewed covenant is the blood of Jesus. And I'm like, I'm saying Yahusha. But he said, so I recited Jeremiah 31:33. And he said, that's old covenant, or that's Old Testament. And I said, all right, well then let's go to Hebrews 10:16, because that's in the New Testament then. And so he's just thinking that this renewed covenant is just blood, that the laws are wrote on your heart and in your mind. That's a big deal right there, because this tells us that we have to walk in obedience. You know what I mean? The everlasting covenant never went away. It's everlasting. It was renewed in the blood of Yahusha, but he was stuck. He didn't even know that he thinks he's in a covenant, but doesn't even know the details of it. And he tried to basically say that that's the Old Testament, so basically it's irrelevant. And I said, why are you dividing scriptures? Why are you so divided, my brother? I'm just trying to show you that the details of this renewed covenant are written on your heart and your mind. You still have to obey, my brother. That's, but he shoved me aside and tried to put the Old Testament on me. And I'm just wondering, how do you, I know I could cut him up with truth, but I don't want to cut him up. I wanted him to understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
How would you face that kind of task right there, in a way to try to get through to him? He's in Christianity. He's probably been doing it for 20, 30 years. He's like 60 years old. I don't know. Soon as I thought I was actually making some headway and getting some good seed in there, he goes ahead and drops the whole Old Testament on me. And I'm like, oh man, dang, back to square one with this dude. Here we go. And
like Elijah, Yahuwah open his eyes that he can see.
Yeah, I pray for him all the time, man. He's a good man. He just, when you fall asleep with gum in your hair, those of us who have hair, you get all tangled up in that gum. He's in religion. He's all tangled up in the gum. He's all wrapped up. He fell asleep with that gum in his mouth.
I ain't watching.
He's been programmed. He's got cognitive dissonance when you tell him truth, and he's been programmed into tradition. That's where the confusion lies at. So that's why he has his. You have to ask Father to open his eyes of belief to the truth that you're telling him. Take the scales of darkness that he's been programmed with away from him.
Yeah. There's such thing as spiritual healing. You know what I mean? Go ahead, JJ.
I was just going to ask, so do we condemn the Christians that do believe in the Old and the New Testament, and they are like fully into the truth and follow the commandments, and they decide to do their Sabbath on the Saturday? I am just asking because I do have a couple people that are Christians, and I'm trying to help them understand the name. They just say, yeah, I know his name is, well, they say Yahweh, but, and they say Yeshua, but so it's like they have the knowledge, but they're just not quite there. So should we continue to condemn those that do write and do believe in the full book? That's just my question.
I don't think I would condemn them. I mean, it takes patience, and we got to walk in humility, and we have to have patience. People, we like to try to force things. We want to make things happen, right? And we need not to. We need to try to back off of that and have some patience. Walk in humility. Understand that there's nothing we can do if Yahuwah hasn't woke them up. And remember, I don't know if you were on last night, but we can tell them things to try to give them spiritual healing, okay? But if it's not Yahuwah's desire to heal them, he's not going to. In other words, if he's going to either wake them up to the truth, and they're going to become a true seeker and a true speaker in the end, or he's not. That's nothing on us. That don't mean that's not us failing. That's all about, that's what Yahuwah's will is, his desire.
It wasn't really for me, because I really don't condemn others, because it's not for me to do that. You know what I mean? But I do see it in not our little group here, but if you go on any other sort of Natsarim, anything, oh my God, the division that they're creating between our belief system is horrible. And I can see why a lot of Christians don't want to come to the awakening of Yahuwah and Yahusha's name. So, and it's just sad. That's all I was asking, so that maybe people could hear that message. So thank you, Mark.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. Go ahead, Roz.
I get it all the time on the posts that I do on my channel, and I'll give them that there were the letters that weren't there. I'll give them a whole litany of things so that they can go and research it, because otherwise, if they don't have the proper way of putting it in there, because I know it was like that for me for a long time, I couldn't find the true meaning of where God came from. So I actually give it to them in their hands so that they can look it up. So I don't, do you think that that's kind of beating them over the head by giving them the information?
There's a fine line for sure. Because we got to remember, we're not in charge. We're just the tool that Yahuwah's using. And so we obey the Yahuwah. We do what we are supposed to do. Okay. And then we just stay patient and humble. We sit back and see what Yahuwah does. Does he wake them up? Does he heal them? Whatever he does is his business, not ours. We just move on.
So then that would be too much information to get?
It depends on them. Once that if you tell somebody something and you see the wheels turning and keep dumping more and more and more on them, at some point they're going to blow. They can't do it, man. You're putting way too much new wine in the old wine sack, and it's going to burst. So this is absolutely a fine line, and it takes a long time to be able to master that. And so you got to feed them the truth and back off. This is what I've learned to do. Okay, I give them a little bit of truth. I see them processing it. Like I'm a horse guy, right? So when I teach a horse something, I watch his mouth, and when he starts doing this with his mouth, I stop and I wait for him to stop doing that, because what the horse is doing, he's processing what I just taught him to do. Once he stops doing that, then I'll go ahead and start doing something else. And so with a human, you see their wheels turning, stop. Okay. Now, at that point, they're either going to change the subject or they're going to ask you a question. If they ask the question, answer it and stop. And keep just doing that process until they stop asking. Once they could stop asking questions, they're full. They can't take anymore. Don't give them anymore. You see what I'm saying? You make them ask. Okay. That's the only way you can do it. Now, if like last night, while I was dumping all that information out there, Okay. Nobody was responding to me. They could only hear me, right? And so they were controlling their own, bottle, their vessel, how much they could take in, and then they would lose. They would maybe start talking in the chat room or doing whatever, get up and go get a beer or whatever they were doing. Okay. But they controlled their own full level, right? I don't know what it was. I was just dumping it out there and letting Yahuwah deal with how much they could take in. But when you're talking directly to somebody, then you have to regulate that. You have to learn to regulate that. If not, you're going to get in an argument, guaranteed. They're going to blow on you, man. And you don't want them to blow up, because once they blow up, it's like a horse. If I keep forcing a horse to do something and I'm not giving him time to process, you know what that horse is going to do? He's going to blow up. And pretty soon he's bucking, jumping around, bucking, running, rearing up, going crazy, because I've put too much into him. He can't take it. And he blew up on me. The humans are the same way. Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right. Well, when I first got into truth, when I was first woke, man, I couldn't wait to tell everybody I knew what I found out. And the shocker was that nobody wanted to hear it. But I forced it on them and pissed everybody off, and nobody talked to me for a long time. They were mad. I was mad, but I didn't understand what I had just done. And what I did, I was using that two-edged sword, man. Well, I was cutting them to come back and cut me. Cut them to come back and cut me. So I had to learn how to, regulate and watch how people responded to what I was saying, and learn to be humble, mostly, and patient, because if you continue to dump stuff on somebody and you bam, 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 and you begin arguing with them and you keep doing it, you know what that is? It's pride. It's your human pride, man. You want to prove to that person that you know more than they do. And in that case, you're wrong. You're in the wrong, because you're the one that's awake, not them. You're the one in the wrong, not them. You can be mad at them all you want, but it ain't their fault. It's your fault. You're the one that was awoke, not them. Go ahead, Ross.
But then that comes to the question of, they've got their blood on our hands if we don't give it to them. Because I don't get into arguments with them. I'll just show scripture with it. I don't say, I'll have a understanding of it put in there for them. But,
Yeah. That's mostly sin. So that's mostly, if you see them sinning, you can tell them, who would don't like that. Yeah. That's all you're required to do. You just got to let them know that that's not proper behavior. That has nothing to do with truth. It's more to do with sin.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a brother, like somebody that's been awoke, and you say, and they're drinking, say they're eating a steak and it's all bloody. They're eating it rare, right? Like it's still mooing, right? And you go up to them and you say, hey, man, you're not supposed to do that. Eat blood. That's a sin. And if they say, I don't care, their blood's off your hands. Okay. If they say, oh, really? I didn't know that. And throw that back on the skillet and cook it some more. Okay. Now you just correct them. Now you delivered them and you delivered yourself. So it really has more to do with sin, not so much truth. That kind of different subject, really.
Okay. They had somebody that was trying to cause me to get into an argument with them. I said, you know what? I just cut him off at that point. I don't know. He accused me of removing his comments, and I said, I don't remove your comments. I said, YouTube can remove stuff. I said, but I don't remove it. And then he kept it up and kept it up. It was like using me as a punching bag. And I said, listen, it's not working. You're not going to get me upset.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a religious spirit. have a religious spirit. Religious spirits want to argue, fight, and quarrel all the time over scripture. They're taught to do it. They're taught to do it. And so that's what they want to do. They want to debate. Now, if you see their leaders, the smart guys, the ones with the doctrines and the master's degrees in theology and all that, this is all they want to do. They want somebody to debate with. Come on. Who wants to debate me? Come on. That's what they're all about, man. That's what religion is. It's a quarreling.
That's flesh.
It's flesh. That's all it is.
That's flesh. And you have to recognize when flesh is, when you're listening to someone, you have to recognize when they're coming in their flesh versus whether or not they're receiving the seed that you've sown. Because all we do is sow the word, and it's up to Yahuwah to give the increase. All we do is just sow it, and now it's out there. They got to think about it, and they got to talk to Father about it. And he either opens their eyes to see and receive it, if they're of his sheep, because his sheep will hear his voice of truth. If they don't have a love for the truth, they're not going to receive it. You're just sowing your seed. You're just throwing it away like did. Or was that Onan that spilled the seed? Don't spill the seed. This is a precious thing we have to give to people, and we should treat it like such. But the best way to win somebody is by example. Letting Yahushua work it through you, work his works through you, and he draws them unto him.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating because we know where they're coming from, right? So we know what they're going to say because we've been there and done that. We were Christians at one time. We know what their side is. So we don't need to argue with them about, hey, man, I know where you're coming from. I understand. I was there too. But what you don't understand is what I want to share with you. Something that's different than what you know. It's a difference. You're going to argue to me about something I already know. I don't need to really hear that, but you can't tell them that. But you know that's what's in your head, right? And so there's no use in spending that energy, putting that energy out there. You just ain't no use in it. You need to control yourself. Walk in humility with Yahuwah. Be patient with people. Why? Because you can't do nothing, man. It's the Yahuwah has to do it. You can't do it. So be patient. What are you being patient for? On them? No. On him. You're being patient with Yahuwah and waiting for Yahuwah's timing to wake them up or have them ask you a question. That's what you're doing. You're being patient and waiting on Yahuwah, walking in humility with Yahuwah and being patient and waiting on Yahuwah to work. If you try to force it and take control, you're going to back off and let you go ahead and act like an idiot. Oh, you want to take control? Go ahead. You think you can wake him that grizzly up? Go ahead. I'll just sit back here and watch him rip your head off. So don't.
You can't force feed a baby. You can't force feed a baby or a new convert or someone you're witnessing to. They're just going to spit it out.
Yeah, we have to learn to stay out of Yahuwah's way. Really, I mean, that's the key. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Phyllis, if you're listening, you went black. I don't know what happened, but you kept coming in and coming out and going in, and the screen was black. And so, I don't know what happened there. All right.
So I would like to say one last thing. I don't know how many senses worth Sister Ali Shaba, but with love and kindness, he drew us. And that same love and kindness that we were drawn with is how we are to display Yahushua in order for him to draw them. Keep that always in mind when you witness him.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just, where are we at here? I lost track.
Starting a new chapter, so you need a new reader, chapter 48.
Oh, who wants to read 48? Go ahead, JJ.
Barashith, chapter 48. And after these events, it came to be that it was said to Yusuf, see, your Abba is sick. And he took with him his 2 Benims, Manasseh and Ephraim. And Jacob was told, see, your Ben Yosef is coming to you. And Yisrael strengthened him and sat up on the bed. And Jacob said to Yosef, Al Shaddai appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me, and said to me, see, I am making you bear fruit, and shall increase you and make you an assembly of peoples, and give this land to your seed after you an everlasting possession. And now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, I can't say that, I'm sorry. Manasseh? Is that right? Manasseh. Thank you.
Menashe, because the E has
See
a
what I'm
long
saying?
E
There's
sound.
like 20 ways to say it. Oh my gosh.
Leave her. It's okay, Manasseh.
I'm just gonna say Mashasha. I'm just kidding. Where was I? Who were born up to you in the land of Mitzrayim before I came to you in Mitzrayim, are mine as Reuben and Shimeon. They are mine. Your offspring, whom you shall bring forth after them, are yours, and let them be called by name of their brothers in their inheritance.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So back in this time period, it was a custom that the father, the grandfather, was allowed to take the firstborn of his son away from him and raise him as his own son. And by doing that, they were adopting them, and so they would become equal with their uncles as far as inheritance goes. Okay, so this is what happened, and so Manasseh and Ephraim then was equal with the 12 tribes, all their uncles, as far as inheritance goes. See, that's what happened, and so this was a legal thing that was allowed for the grandfather to do. He could take the firstborn as his own, but he didn't have to. It was an option, but if he wanted to, there was nothing the son could do. He had to surrender his firstborn son to the dad and let him adopt him as his own. He could only do it with the firstborn, though. But see, Manasseh and Ephraim were twins, and so he got 2 for 1 deal here. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, questions on that? All right, go ahead, JJ.
Chapter 48, verse 7. And I, when I came from Paddan, Rachel died beside me in the land of Canaan on the way. And there was but a little distance to go to Ephrath, and I buried her there on the way to Ephrath. This is Beth-lehem. And Yisrael saw Yusuf's sons and said, who are these? And Yusuf said to his father, they are my sons, whom Elohim had given me in this place. And he said, please bring them to me and let me bless them. And the eyes of Yisrael were dim with age, and he was unable to see. And he drew them near him, and he kissed them and embraced them. And Yisrael said to Yusuf, I had not thought to see your face, but see, Elohim has also shown me your seed. So Yusuf brought them from between his knees and bowed down with his face to the arets. And Yusuf took them both, Ephraim with his right hand toward Yisrael's left hand, and Manasseh with his left hand towards Yisrael's right hand, and brought them near him. And Yisrael stretched out his right hand and laid it on Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and the left hand of Manasseh's head, consciously directing his hands from Manasseh, was the firstborn. And he blessed Yusuf and said, the Elohim before whom my fathers Abraham and Yitzchak walked, the Elohim who was fed me all my life long to this Yom, the messenger who has redeemed me from all evil. Bless the youths, and let my name be called upon them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Yitzchak. And let them increase to a multitude in the midst of the Eretz. And when Yusuf saw that his father laid the right hand on his head of Ephraim, it was evil in his eyes, and he took hold of his father's hand to remove it from the head of Ephraim to the head of Manasseh. That's kind of rude. And Yusuf said to his father, "Not so, my father, for this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head." But his father refused and said, "I know, my son, I know. He also becomes a people, and he also is great, and yet his younger brother is greater than he, and his seed to become the completeness of the nations."
Okay, stop.
Okay.
So here we again, we see the secondborn getting the blessing of the firstborn. And what does this mean? And his seed is to become the completeness of the nations. Who is that? Ephraim. He's talking about Ephraim. So what does that mean? So Ephraim has become the firstborn. He's getting the blessing of the firstborn. And it happens throughout all of Scripture. I mean, it's just wild. But what do you think it means? And his seed is to become the completeness of the nations. Go ahead, Oz.
I mean, we are like adopted children in a way, like Ephraim, like the Gentiles who joined after, adopted by.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, so we're sort of a first fruits, aren't we? That's what Scripture says. We're sort of first fruits to Yahuwah. Why? Because he said the firstborn are mine of men, and all that opens the womb. Men and animals belongs to me, right? But see, there was a change, and that change happened at Sinai during the golden calf incident. That's where the change took place. Okay. But yes, Oz, yeah, you're right. Okay, so what is it? Anybody have an idea what this is meaning? Okay, so this is saying that Ephraim, Manasseh is going to be a great tribe, a great people. But Ephraim is going to be greater because Ephraim is to be the Gentiles. Ephraim is going to become the nations. Okay, so a better translation, or maybe a better way of saying this, and the Scripture does say it, the fullness of the Gentiles, or multitude of nations is what Ephraim will be. Don't forget, Abraham is also the father of the Gentiles. Y'all remember that from last week? All right. So I guess in this sense, we could say that Ephraim, is carrying on that line from Abraham into the Gentile line. So when we say nations or Gentiles, the seed of Abraham, we're talking about Ephraim out there, man. And so possibly then we are all Ephraim. A good possibility. You know how can you tell who Ephraim is? What's one surefire way to know that they're from Ephraim's seed? Why was Ephraim scattered? Okay, so first of all, Yahuwah calls Israel Ephraim, and he scattered them. Okay, why? Why did he do it? Well, they wouldn't let the land rest. Okay, they weren't obeying this jubilee, but why else? Because they wouldn't stop worshiping the Asherah. Okay, the decorated trees. They wouldn't stop doing that. And so, out here into the nations, when we see people dragging trees into their house and decorating them, they're still doing what Ephraim was doing when they got the boot. So pretty good surefire bet that they're Ephraim, because they're still dragging them trees into their house. You ever think of that? So really, the bottom line is Ephraim is the nations, is the Gentiles. But they carry the line of Abraham. They are the seed of the father of the nations. Everybody seeing that? It's important to see that. Thoughts, comments, questions? Sandra, go ahead.
So is that like the mixed seed that's been scattered and mixed among those that are not of the blood lineage? So it's like in Galatians chapter 4, where he talks about the seed of the bondwoman and the seed of the free Asha?
Yeah, we can put all that together.
Yeah, and then it's talking about the adoption into the olive tree is the ones that are of the blood lineage, and then there's the wild olive tree. Though he was thought of by a people that was not his own. That's what the completion of the nations is about.
Mm-hmm.
And when Yahushua walked, a lot of people that he did miracles and things for were of the nations. Say, I came seeking the lost sheep of Yisrael.
Oh, who's the lost sheep of Israel? Who are they?
The nations. The
Yeah,
Goyim.
Ephraim. Yeah, Ephraim. Go ahead, Ross.
Is that also the hidden remnant? You know, he says that there's a hidden remnant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, like other sheep he has.
Yeah,
Okay.
same thing. Yeah, same thing. Anybody else? So we seeing it, man. Seeing the big picture here. So the Yehudim have been partially blinded until the fullness of the nations come in. That means until all the lost sheep, all of Ephraim's seed that you is scattered among the nations, who have become the nations, are all the chosen ones, okay, in the nations that names are in the Lamb's Book of Life, are found and claimed and redeemed. And that's the process that's going on right now. And creation itself groans for the revealing of the sons of light to be found. Because once they're all found, it's game over. Lights out. Yahuwah's coming back for his redeemed at that point. Okay.
This is also, I was going to ask you, this also is like an essence of a prophecy of today's time, of the
it goes till the end of the age.
It goes to the end of age.
The time of the Gentiles ends. It goes all the way to the end of the age.
That's what it talks about in Revelation. Okay.
Yep, that's what that all is.
So what time frame was this? And he's talking about it this early. He's talking about the end times right now.
That's right.
And what time are they in now?
The last 2,000 years. The
Wow,
last
wow.
is the end times. So the end, when somebody says end times or whatever, they're not talking about the tribulation years. Okay. So the end times are the last days. That's what I was trying to think of. Last days or end times is 2,000 year period, that 2 millennium period. It started when Peter, the Ruach HaKodesh fell on Peter, and Peter began to speak in tongues and prophesy. And he prophesied to Joel too. Okay. Well, at that point, he declared that was the start of the end times. So the end times goes for 2 millennium, 2,000 year period. Tribulation years is only 3.5 year period. It's just a small slither. It's the last 3.5 years of the last 2,000 years. So I call it the end of the end times is what I call the tribulation years. Would be the end of the end times is what I say it is. Maybe the final 7. Yeah. But the 2,000 years is the end times or the last days. Yeah. Thoughts, comments, questions? Everybody know what I'm saying, talking about? I don't want to leave nobody behind here. All right. If not, let's continue on then.
Okay. Chapter 48, verse 20. And he blessed them on that Yom, saying, in you Yisrael shall bless, saying, Elohim make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh. Thus he put Ephraim before Manasseh, and Yisrael said to Yusuf, see, I am dying, but Elohim shall be with you and bring you back to the land of your fathers. And I have given to you one portion above your brothers, which I took from the hand of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow.
All right, thanks, JJ. Okay, so let's see here. See that passage there in verse 20? This is the blessing of Manasseh in Ephraim. Okay, it's still known as that. And a lot of people that are in Israel, when they have a baby or even their son after he's been weaned, they will put their hands on them and recite the blessing of Manasseh over their children. Okay, and this is what they say. Okay, so they put their hands on their children and they say, in you Yisrael shall bless, saying, Elohim make you as Ephraim and Manasseh. Thus he put Ephraim before Manasseh. Okay, so that's what they say. Because Ephraim and Manasseh was blessed greatly by Jacob. So you can do that to your own children. I mean, if you want to, you know. But that's what they do. That's even being said even today. They do that today. It's part of their custom to do that. I think they do it either when the child's born, or I think that most of the time they do it when the child's weaned. And doesn't suck off his mom anymore. Go ahead, Sandra.
I remember on one lesson you had previously taught that the exception of this blessing is because Ephraim and Manasseh had been raised in the Egyptian or Mitzrayim culture, and he was separating them from that culture with this blessing to redeem them and call them out so that they would be kept from the ways of the world. That, like what we're in today, when it's like a separation. And the full gist of the blessing was to separate them from the world, like we are being set apart. He's setting them apart.
And you're speaking of Ephraim and Manasseh?
Ephraim and Manasseh.
Yeah, maybe, you know what I'm saying, but I think that mostly this is all about his adoption, making it perfectly legal that these twins were legally allowed to inherit the land, become landowners. I think it's what he was mostly doing here.
Okay.
Sealing the deal.
That makes sense. Okay.
And so now they become his children, which makes them equal with their uncles, the 12 tribes. Okay, but see, it doesn't create more tribes. So people try to say, oh, there's 14 tribes. No, there's not. Okay, there's still only 12. Go ahead, Roz.
Yeah, they become Joseph again.
Yeah, well,
they
get
are combined in the end.
Yeah. So that you say Ephraim and Manasseh, or you don't say Joseph, Ephraim, and Manasseh. You either say Joseph or you say Manasseh and Ephraim. You don't put them all three together. They're either that, either or. See what I'm saying? Same thing. Because they came from Joseph, Y'all following that?
Does it have anything to do with the two seeds that was in Rebekah, Esau and Yaqub? Two nations are being born of you. No relationship.
Yeah, I guess there is. I would say yeah. I have to say yeah to that. Okay, so if we say take Joseph away because Manasseh and Ephraim are Joseph, right? So we can't say all three. So we take Joseph out of there. We still have Manasseh and Ephraim, right? That adds up to 13. So a lot of people teach, there's 13 tribes. Okay, so why is there only 12? How do we get back down to 12? Why? How do we do it? I mean, it's written. We'll get to it eventually. It's written in Scripture. It tells us what's happening. Okay, so the way we get to that,
because Joseph aren't they one with Joseph because he just gave Yusuf an extra portion over his brothers in regards to their inheritance.
They get a double portion because there's two of them. So Joseph gets a double portion, not a triple, a double. And so we still have, it still makes 13, even taking Joseph out of there. Okay, there's a double portion. Okay, so in other words, Joseph gets 2 portions of land, is what that means. Okay, Ephraim, a tribe, and Manasseh was a tribe. Okay, but that makes 13. So a lot of people teach, there was 13 tribes, and they go off this really weird doctrine. Okay, but that's not true. So we get back down to 12 because the Levites don't get to inherit land. Okay, so we have to remove the Levites from the equation, and that brings us back down to 12 because they don't get land. The Levites are Yahuwah's inheritance, so they don't get to inherit land. So that brings us back down to 12. Y'all following along with that? I know it's a little bit weird. Go ahead, Roz.
Aren't they on one of the gates in Revelation?
Mm-hmm. So I think Joseph is back on the gate.
Who?
Joseph. You're talking about in Ezekiel or Revelation?
No, but I mean about the other one, Levi. Levi's also on a gate. And Dan's on a gate too. It's back.
Yes,
they're back.
Because the gates are the original tribe. Mm-hmm. There's a mention of, I don't really want to get into that because it gets kind of complicated. But yeah, in Revelations, Dan's not there and Joseph is not there. Okay, but it's, and Levites aren't there. I mean, it gets complicated. We've went over it before. But yeah, the gates are back to the original tribes, back to the original names. Okay. And Dan is there. People say Dan was thrown out and they don't get inheritance. It's not true. Every tribe will be represented, and there will be a gate called Dan. They just don't understand what Revelations is saying.
Phyllis needs a link to get back in, Mark.
I don't see her trying to get back in.
Yeah, she said she's trying to find the link.
Oh, here. There you go, Phyllis. I thought I put that out there for you. Maybe I didn't. Okay, there it is. Any thoughts, comments, questions? I mean, I can go into that if you guys want me to, but I mean, we've talked about it before. It's quite lengthy, really. But for right now, I just want everybody to see that how we get back down from 14 back down to 12. You know, that's what I want you to see at the right now. Is everybody seeing that much? Okay, because that's where we're at. If you're not seeing it, say something, because it's important. It helps you understand Ezekiel, and it helps you understand Revelations later on to understand this, how we're going from 14 back down to 12. That's basically what we got to understand right now. All right. Anybody? Any thoughts, comments, questions about anything at all? Give me a reader for 49. Oz, go, man.
49. And Jacob called his sons and said, Gather together, so that I declare to you what is to befall you in the last judgment. Gather together and hear, you sons of Jacob, and listen to Yisrael, your father.
Okay, stop. All right. Moses wrote about the last days. Okay. Here, Jacob is getting ready to tell all his sons what's going to befall them in the last days. And so, big time prophecy coming at us, right? Look at Numbers 24 real quick. Skipping ahead, Numbers 24:14. And now say, I am going to my people. Come, let me advise you what the people is going to do to your people in the latter Yom. You see that? And then Deuteronomy 4:30. And see Moses prophesying about the last days here. Deuteronomy 4:30. In your distress, when all these words shall come upon you in the latter days, then you shall return to Yahuwah your Elohim and shall obey his voice. Okay. So we got Moshe, talking about the last days, and then we'll get into that when we get there. But right now, this is Jacob, and he's gathered all the tribes, all his children together, and he's getting ready to tell them what's going to befall their seed in the last Yamam. Okay. But I love this chapter, by the way. This is a great chapter, man. It tells us a whole lot. Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions before we get moving on it? All right, Oz. Let's go, man. This is do them one at a time.
Number 3. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my power, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of exaltation, and the excellency of power. Boiling like water, you do not excel, because you went up to your father's bed. Then you defiled it. He went up to my couch.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here, what's going on right here? Anybody got an idea? What's happening with Reuben? Roz?
Well, he's bringing it back to what he did with his handmaiden.
Yeah.
He's bringing, telling him that he lost everything because he defiled his bed.
Right. So Reuben just lost the rights of the firstborn. He just stripped him of his firstborn inheritance. This is what just happened to Reuben. All right, Oz, let's go.
Number 5. Shimon and Louis are brothers. Their weapons are implements of violence. Let my being not enter their council. Let my steam not to be united to their assembly. Because they slew a man in their displeasure, and they lamed an ox in pleasure. Cursed be their displeasure, for it is fierce, and their wrath for it is cruel. I divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel.
Okay. What's going on? What happened? What's this? So here's Simon and Levi. Remember the daughter that was raped, and they had talked to them guys into getting circumcised, and when they were laying there in pain, they snuck in there and killed them all. So he's still holding that against these two guys. So what happened here to these two guys? Yeah, Reuben, now Simon and Levi. Cursed be their displeasure, for it is fierce, and their wrath for it is cruel. So they killed an ox for the fun of it, just to torture it and be mean to it. So they butchered this ox out of meanness. Okay, just to be mean to the animal, like someone kicking around a cat or something, just to be mean, And then they slew this man that raped their sister. Remember, these two guys did that. So what happened here? What's going on now? What happened to them? Sandra?
So they, in essence, took vengeance upon themselves, and they got blood on their hands, and they're going to be divided and scattered now.
Right. Which means what?
They're going to aren't they going to become part of the nation?
What happened to Reuben? The firstborn.
He lost his birthright.
Okay. What happened to Simon and Levi? It falls down to the next one in line, and then the next one in line. They've lost it. So the firstborn,
they didn't get the birthright.
The firstborn, the secondborn, and the thirdborn's done lost the right of the firstborn. He stripped all three of them. So he ain't forgot about any of this stuff that these guys did, man. He's putting the curse on them at the end, because of what they did. He never forgot about any of that.
That's like what Yahuwah does to us too.
Yeah. So the first three in line has lost their firstborn rights. Any thoughts, comments, or questions?
Is this possibly prophesying? Because right now he's trying to establish the nation from the fall of Adam. So they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose too, because it's going to be established in Yahusha. The second half.
What's amazing is the Levites actually are the tribe that kills all the people, that all their brothers and relatives and friends that worship the golden calf later on. We'll get to it, but to just keep this in mind, and when we get to that golden calf incident, it'll all start making a lot more sense. Go ahead, Roz.
It's kind of a weird thing to say, but it's almost like they were given something because they're having to slaughter all the animals, right? And they slaughtered the ox. And
right.
Something that they had that they like to do. So, I mean, I had to say it.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Once we get to the golden calf, this is all going to make a lot more sense. Okay. But yeah, that's brilliant, Roz. Really good. Anybody else? Okay, let's move on, Oz.
Number 8. You, Yehuda, your brothers praise you. Your hand is on the neck of your enemies. Your father's children bow down before you. Yehuda is a lion's cub. For the prey you have gone up, my son. He bowed down. He crouched like a lion, and like a lion who does rouse him. The scepter shall not turn aside from Yehuda, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh comes, and to him is the obedience of peoples. Binding his donkey to the vine, and his donkey's colt to the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes are darker than wine, and his teeth whiter than milk.
Okay, stop. Okay, so obviously Yehuda is being blessed here. They have received the blessing of the firstborn. It has trickled down to them, and they're being mightily blessed. What is? Oh, go ahead, Ross.
To me, it's almost like it's speaking of Yahusha because of the blood and the white teeth, and it's like everything is perfect.
Yeah, it is.
It's foretelling of Yahusha.
Absolutely. Okay, so the scepter is what? So you said the scepter shall not turn aside from Yehuda. What does that mean?
Rulership.
All right. Ross?
Because of Yahusha being the king forever.
Yeah. All right.
That's why David's line is forever too, because he came from David's line.
Right. So they're the line of the sovereigns, the rulers. Okay, it's going to come from Yehuda, and forever. He shall not turn aside, nor a lawgiver from between his feet. What's that mean? They're going to be in charge of the Torah, right? They're going to be in charge of the Torah until Shiloh comes, and to him is the obedience of peoples. Okay, so what does that mean? Okay, so that's obviously talking about Yahusha, but what does Shiloh mean? What's that word mean? Okay, so if we go up here and look at he's crouched like a lion. Yehuda is a lion's cub. From the prey you have gone up, my son. He bowed down. He crouched like a lion, and like a lion he does rouse him. A lion's club in Hebrew means what? It's a steward. Okay, and so it's somebody who takes the place of the king, but he's not the king. He's the steward. In other words, he's keeping the throne seat warm for the king. Okay, he's not the king. All right, and so being the Yehuda's the steward, he's sitting on. He keeps the seat warm for Shiloh. So this Shiloh is the real king. And so it says, not a lawgiver from between his feet until Shiloh comes, till the real king comes to take his place on the throne. And to him is the obedience of people, speaking of the real king. Everybody seeing this prophecy being fulfilled here? I mean, this is, let me see. Go to Matthew 1. Matthew 1. Matthew 1:2. Abraham brought forth Yitzchak, and Yitzchak begot Jacob, and Jacob begot Yehuda and his brothers. And Yehuda, see, that goes on. So that's the fulfillment here of the scepter. He's going to be passing on to Yehuda. And let me see what else we got here. So obviously, Shiloh is Yahusha. representing the anointed king, the Messiah. Shiloh can also mean gift from Yahuwah or peaceful one in a literal definition form. Okay. And so it can be gift from Yahuwah or peaceful one as well. Okay. But it represents the Messiah. And putting that all together, then Shiloh is what? Put it all together. What is it? Prince of Peace. The Prince of Peace. And so what does all this tell us then? What's this prophecy telling us? Ross said it just a minute ago. It's the tribe the Messiah is going to come from. He'll be the Lion of Yehuda. He'll come from the tribe of Yehuda, which is what? Contrary to the priestly line of the Levites, the line of Aaron. So why isn't he coming from the line of Aaron? That's the priestly line, and he's the high priest in the order of Melchizedek. Why isn't he coming from the priestly line? Why is he coming from the tribe of Yehuda? Sandra?
Does it have anything to do with his rulership with Yahuwah? So he is like it's part of like his omnipotence. He's ruling with Yahuwah. Because that's what Yehuda means, rule with Yahuwah. Ruling
Yehuda means worshipers of Yah.
Worshipers of Yah. Okay. Yeshua is ruler of Yah.
Right.
So turn aside from Yehuda. Oh. Chosen. Because he's chosen. He's the chosen priesthood. That's what Yahusha is. Chosen. I'm not kidding it. The scripture shall not turn away.
Roz?
Is it because the Levites worked and did it on animals? And then Yahusha became the perfect blood because he was the son? And that's why it changed over for the priestly, that they became the priestly lineage?
Yeah, there had to be a change of priesthood, wasn't there? Had to be, right? And that's right.
I have something else to say. When you said about that Yehuda was the cub, with him being the cub, that's like he's not he's a lion, but he's not as powerful as what Yahusha is.
Right.
Or Yahuwah is. So that's why he's the cub. It just like he's the child and he's the door. He's, with the D in there of Yahuwah is Yehuda with the D in the middle. So it's like he's there, but he's not there. He's
right. He's not as powerful.
Mm-hmm.
He's the ruler, but he's not as powerful as a lion. Mm-hmm. He's just a cub.
Yeah.
So compared to Yahuwah, he's just a cub.
Mm-hmm.
Yahuwah is the lion. He could, with one swat, kill that cub. Right? Can't even compare. Right? So the Levites, they were reprimanded here. They do become the line of the priests, and they take part in the old priesthood. And so the old priesthood had to be stopped. And so Yahusha was not going to come from that line. He would come from the line of Melchizedek. Everybody following along? Okay. Thoughts, comments, question? Where's Oz at?
I'm gonna continue for him.
Okay.
So I think he said we were at 13.
Right.
Okay. Zebulun dwells at the seashore. He is for a haven for ships, and his border is unto Sidon. Just there?
Okay.
Okay.
Hang on. Anything there? Anybody getting anything out of that? He dwells in the seashore. Is a haven for ships. His border is unto Sidon. Roz?
Is it something to do, and this is what just popped in, was like there's a lot of different people that come into a port. It's like just look at New York City without that being because that was a port and everybody came into there. That's kind of like what this is saying, that it's a port that's, it's on the seashore and haven for ships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, almost like he's going to be in charge of the commerce, all right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Secretary of Commerce or something like that. Lacking words here. All right, Talitha, let's do the other one.
Okay, Yissaschar is a strong donkey lying down between two burdens. And he saw that a resting place was good, and that the land was pleasant. And he inclined his shoulder to bear a burden, and he became a subject to slave labor.
All right, anybody anything about that one? Yissaschar. A strong donkey lying between two burdens. And the land was pleasant, and he inclined his shoulder to bear a burden and became a subject to slave labor. Let me see. Probably should put up a map here. Maybe it'll help us here. Let me see if I can find us a map. Yeah, here we go. Let's see if this one will work. No, I don't like that one. Let me find another one. Let's see what this one does. No, that one ain't no good either. I know I got one here. Where is it? Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions while I'm looking, trying to find a map here for us to study with? Go ahead, Roz.
Well, did he take on the burdens of others because he's described as a donkey?
Well, yeah, exactly. So this, for some reason, he's been burdened, taking on the burdens of others here. And can I find a map? Oh, here we go. Got you now. Found it. So I think I found it. Okay, here we go. So here's the 12 tribes in Canaan. So we can see the Phoenicians up here at the top, the Philistines down here along the coastline. These, you probably recognize these cities here. These are all cities in Palestine. So here's Judah down here with Bethlehem, Jerusalem in there, and Benjamin, Dan, before Dan took off and after Dan took off up to the north here. Here's Asher. Here this guy here is. Look. So he's between two shoulders, right? Look at Manasseh. He's got land up here and land down here. He's right between Manasseh. See that? And so is he, when they say he's a strong donkey lying down between two burdens, is he speaking of Manasseh and this Transjordan area here would be Gentiles, or between the two territories of Manasseh, possibly, or Zebulun and the Gentiles, or is he speaking of Manasseh and Ephraim, lying down between them? See what I'm saying? So this would be the territory now. Anybody getting anything out of that now that you saw that? Go ahead, Ross.
I looked up something because most of them didn't marry Hebrew women, but I looked it up and he married a Hebrew woman. It's so supposedly on this. And that's what popped in my head, was about him marrying. So it was like he was more or less like what he was supposed to be, and then others took advantage of him, maybe.
Yeah. That could be. So lying down between two burdens, I'm going to say was definitely probably between, Manasseh and the Gentiles there, where they would be warring and probably entering into their territory, overflowing into their territory as they were battling and stuff, right? And he saw them that resting place was good, and that the land was pleasant, and he inclined his shoulder to bear of the burden of I would say Manasseh, and became a subject to slave labor. So apparently, some of their people must be taken hostage or slaves by the Transjordan area there, the Gentile area, just on the other side of the Jordan River. So that Issachar there, he's the east border is on the Jordan River, and so right across there is the Gentiles, and then all I can really see is that Manasseh. Well, Megiddo, the Valley of Megiddo, is in the territory of Manasseh as well. Right on the very tip is the Sea of Galilee. On that map, if that helps anybody. So apparently he was between between two enemies that were battling, and it overflowed into their territory, and and they bore the burden of both their borders being the borders being crossed by both of these areas, and even they're subject to slave labor, where some of their people were even taken as slaves and made to work. So remember, this is prophecy now. Okay. And really, it's the last day prophecy as well. So Yehuda is where Yahusha would come from. That first coming's been fulfilled. We're waiting on his return, the return of the king. He's away preparing a house for his bride right now, but he'll be back to get her, to redeem her. So this is an interesting one here. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, let's go to the next one.
Okay, so Genesis 49:16. Dan rightly rules his people as one of the tribes of Yisrael. Dan is a serpent by the way, an adder by the path, that bites the horse's heels, so that its rider falls backward. I have waited for your deliverance, O Yahuwah.
All right. What anybody got any idea what that means? What's going on with Dan here? Anybody?
I mean, I don't know exactly what it's referring to, but like Dan, is a serpent by the way. Like, I don't know, it sounds like that Dan is not, like, in practice, he is kind of sneaky and an adder by the path, so kind of changing things or not really right, not really walking a righteous path, it sounds like.
Roz?
Well, snakes like to hide in covering, and then the adder is a venomous snake. So it sounds like waiting, striking out at things coming in the path and warring with whatever's coming, in a way. I've never understood why a snake was put onto one of the tribes. It's also got the waist, the thing for weights, like is for the law, like for a judge, in a courtroom, it's got the weights. And that's also one of the symbols of Dan.
Okay, so I think, go ahead, JJ.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, isn't Dan the whole land of where the Gog and Magog deal went off? Am I off there?
Yeah, that's where the Valley of Armageddon is. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's actually in Manasseh is where it's at. Let me see. God. All right. Let me put this back up here. Dan, let me put it back up here real quick. Okay, so here it is. So you can see Dan was down here, and Dan was warring with the Philistines a lot, and the Philistines overtook Dan, and Dan took off and ran up into Ephraim and hid, and then they heard that there was a weak people living up in this area. And so then they migrated up there, and they killed all this weak people that were in this area. They were peaceful people. They slaughtered them off and took this territory for themselves. And then, since they left a vacuum here, I think it was Manasseh, goes down in here and takes back Dan's territory from the Philistines and pushes them back, and so increases, and so Manasseh became a steward for Dan's territory here, which will be given back to him in the millennium, right? If that makes sense. So Armageddon's right here, where Armageddon, the Valley of Armageddon is. Looks like it goes this way on this map, the Valley of Armageddon. So it looks like. Okay, so notice that coming out from Mount Hermon here at the top is, the Jordan River. All these mountains here, all these there's like a bunch of underground springs up here in this area. And these underground springs flow out into and create the Jordan River. And it flows down into the Sea of Galilee. And then the outlet continues on down into the Dead Sea. And then the Dead Sea has no outlet. So that's why it builds up. All the sediment and salt and everything builds up here. Nothing can live here. It's like the backwash, the backwash area. And so we see Reuben's on the other side of the Jordan. Well, here's Gad right here. He's in this area here, Gad, and then Dan was here and fled up here. Okay. Everybody with me? See this tribe of Asher here? And possibly Dan, because Dan was basically scattered around anyway. But they concentrated here, but a lot of them remained in Ephraim and hid out in the mountains of Ephraim as well. And then a lot of them went up here. But more than likely, because this Asher here, let me see. Well, where's Zebulun at? Oh, it's right here. So he's not a Zebulun as far as this map goes. Here's Mount Carmel, by the way. Mount Carmel's right here. I mean, he's not on the coast here for ships at all or port to come in, but he is on the Sea of Galilee. So he may have been talking about here, in the Sea of Galilee, right in this area, right? So this would be the Galilee area. This is where Yahusha was from, where he grew up anyway. I mean, he was in the tribe of Yehuda. But they went up here and then lived up here in Nazareth. It's up in this area here. So maybe that's why he's talking about right there. But this Asher here maybe was the tribe that went over to New Mexico and carved in the Ten Commandments at Los Lunas, because they were very heavily orientated, sea-bearing tribe here. So maybe that was done by them, by Asher. Good chance of it. Don't forget, all this was cut off by the Assyrians. It's all gone. The only thing that remained was Judah down here. Judah and Benjamin's the only thing that remained. Everybody migrated down into there. They all became known as Jews, no matter what tribe they were from at the end. All right. Okay, so Dan rightly rules over his people. They're not the rulers, but they were tribal, and they kind of usurped up Yehuda's role. He tried to steal the scepter out of the hand of Judah. That's what this was talking about. And Dan, the serpent, by the way, here, I don't know, but possibly, maybe, this is hinting around about Dan's fall into idolatry, right? Because remember, there was 2 temples built in Israel, and golden calves were put in there, and the people went there to worship. The king did that, right? Well, one of the temples of the golden calf was in Dan's, way up there in Dan's territory, very up way north. It was in Dan's territory. So maybe It's prophesying that Dan is a serpent, by the way, is predicting that Dan's going to fall into idolatry, right? Because worshiping the serpent, the devil, is idolatry. Anytime you worship anything at all, a statue, anything, no matter what it is, and you call it by whatever name, the credit goes to Satan. So when you peel back all the layers of the onion, you're actually worshiping Satan, no matter how you slice the pie. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, and I feel like it's not only that he may fall into idolatry, but also, like, if you read the next part, that bites the horse's heels so that its rider falls backward. So, like, that would even be, like, you know, maybe taking people who are in the way, who are trying to follow the way, and actually, like, you know, false religions and whatever, and like actually making them fall out of it, fall backwards.
Very good.
Through, you know, his idolatry.
Yeah, influence others to follow after them. After idolatry is what I think it means. But yeah, I'm with you on that. That's what it does really. That's what it seems like. That's what it's talking about. I have waited for your deliverance, O Yahuwah. So they seem to run out of patience and start taking over and trying to do things on their own as well. Maybe that's why that temple got built up there in Dan's territory with the golden calf, and everybody when they started committing idolatry with the golden calf up in Dan. Go ahead, Ross.
It sounds. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Really quickly, it sounds like a little bit of like resentment. Even I have waited for your deliverance, O Yahuwah. Right.
Right. Like
because he's waiting, but he wasn't like, you know.
Yeah, like he ran out of they ran out of patience. Got tired of waiting on Yahuwah or something. I don't know. Yeah. Go ahead, Ross.
In Genesis, when the punishments were being dished out, the snake was said to bite the heels. So maybe this is a reference for Satan, just going on to what you're saying about the heels, biting the heels of people, that's Satan coming through them, biting the heels of people.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense too. Yeah, Dan's probably one of the worst tribe of idolaters out of all the tribes. So they're known for that. Very renowned for it. Ross, go ahead.
There was somebody had told me that maybe that they were worshippers of JC, that they had gone on to that.
Maybe, I don't know. You know, Dan, when they were scattered, Dan went up into Europe. I mean, they have what's the Dandy River and all these other things that are named after Dan. That shows his presence, up in Europe quite heavily. So they eventually went up into that area. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on Dan? All right. Kind of a weird one. So if you understand the biggest thing I want you to understand about Dan is that Dan left their territory, their inheritance, and ran up north and killed a bunch of innocent, peaceful people and took their territory and abandoned their inheritance. This is why, and then Manasseh moves in down in there, takes over that area, and becomes the steward of Dan's territory. They don't get that. And Scripture's clear, man. After so many years, the territory goes back to the original tribe. You don't get to keep it, even if they sell it to you. You still have to give it back to them after so many years. Jubilee years, 50 years. Goes back to them no matter what. So that land will be given back to Dan in the end. Okay? And this is why in Revelations we see Dan being represented by Manasseh. Dan didn't go anywhere. He gets his land back. If you read Ezekiel, you see Dan's back, and one of the gates are named after Dan. He comes back. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, when you were saying that he left his place, he left his inheritance. His inheritance was also Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm.
So
well,
he,
of course,
it's possible that that's what he left it and why he left it, too.
Yeah. When he left his inheritance, that's probably why they backslid. And started they were renowned as a tribe that had started committing idolatry. Probably, I mean, they left there. They went way up north. They killed all those innocent people, took their land. Yahuwah might have said, okay, I'm gonna, let you start worshiping their gods because you went up there and took their land. You didn't stay where you're supposed to be. I mean, who knows the mind of Yahuwah? Anybody else? Comments, thoughts, questions? Hey, Talitha, y'all see the little dude up here on Speedy's lap right there?
Wondering, I was like, I don't know if that is just part of his belt. It looks so small.
Look how small he is.
Oh,
Cutie.
that's cool. So you got it.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah. Anybody else thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay. All right, let's go ahead then.
Okay, 19. God, a raiding band raids him, but he raids its heel.
Okay. So not a whole lot about God. A raiding band raids him, but he raids its heel. What do you think that's talking about? Oh, here's that little thing. Yeah, let me show it to you. Yeah, little tail on that thing. Yes. See?
Yeah, Benus made that.
He's part of Speedy's faction now. Speedy thought he was a mouse. He tried to eat him. I said, don't eat him. I think he's a cat. Is he a cat?
He's a cat.
I had to pull him out of Speedy's mouth. I saved his life. Okay, what do y'all think about this guy? Anything coming to you about that one? Roz?
Well, the fact that it's mentioning the heel, it's not mentioning him as a snake, but it's mentioning the heel. So it's kind of underhanded stuff too that they're doing.
Yeah, obviously he's attacked. Sounds like he's going to be attacked, but he attacks back, and looks like ultimately he triumphs over his attackers. But the showing here of perseverance, really, or endurance, maybe, is the inheritance of God. I think that's what I'm kind of getting out of it. And so, yeah, they were attacked, but they attacked back. It sounds like, and ultimately triumphs through their endurance or their perseverance. That's what I'm getting out of it. Anybody else getting anything else out of that? It's very short. It's hard to come up with anything, but it's what it sounds like. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next one then.
Okay, so 20. Bread from Asher is rich, and he gives delicacies of a sovereign.
Okay, so what's that? Anybody get anything out of that one?
I mean, definitely sounds like he, has abundant crops and there's abundance in general, because even to give, it says he gives, so they're obviously generous also. So they have abundance and they're generous to give. Right? Because they're giving delicacies, they're not giving scraps.
Right. Yeah. Sounds like they're rich in agriculture, and they share it with the other tribes. They're on the other side of the Jordan River. Remember when they first came up there to cross over the Jordan? That Gad saw how fertile the land was, and Reuben and Manasseh, and even Manasseh took part. Part of Joseph got that, a little bit part of that up there, but they wanted to stay there. They didn't want to cross over, and people say, well, they didn't go to the promised land. They were already in the promised land. They wandered around in the promised land for 40 years. What are you talking about, right? But anyways, they stayed on the east side of the Jordan there in that real fertile land. And so it looks like they didn't give anybody any trouble. Man, they just, worked the land, shared the food, and got along great. That's what it sounds like. Their inheritance is. Go ahead, Talita.
This could also be like double meaning, because it could mean delicacies of a sovereign, as in, food. Of course, that's what you think of first. But it could also mean, that they were with Yahuwah, and what he's giving, what teachings and things that he's giving is, like the secrets, the really special kind of beliefs from Yahuwah. I don't know. I see that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, yeah, man. It could mean they're rich in belief, and presence of Yahuwah. Yeah, could absolutely mean that. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments, questions on?
I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom, my brothers and sisters. I'm gonna go lay these kids down and pray and stuff. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, for your labors in this assembly and putting it together, my brother.
All esteem to you.
All. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. All right, all esteem to Yahusha, always and forever. All right, then, let's continue on then, Talita.
Okay, 21. Naphtali is a deer let loose. He gives words of elegance.
Well, that's interesting. Anybody getting anything out of that? That sounds pretty interesting. A deer let loose. He gives words of elegance. Wow, he's a wham, wham, wham on these guys, man. Very short, huh? What do y'all think that is, Letha?
I mean, he definitely sounds like, a sweet talker, right? Loose could mean, like traveling, like through different nations or whatever, and then I don't know, lots of sweet words coming out of him.
Yeah, he's definitely a silver tongue, speaking beautiful words.
Like a traveling salesman.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy here, you see them guys come when you want to get your wives in the house real quick, huh? No, okay, so yeah, deer let loose, very elegant, very, desirable. I mean, very, very good speaker, words of elegance, absolutely beautiful words. I don't know if maybe they were like the talkers, right, or representative or speakers for the tribes. Maybe they would get up and speak or something at the meetings, say beautiful things. I don't know. But yeah, I don't get anything else out of that. I mean, where were they at? Let's see. They were way up north by where Dan ran, between Manasseh and Asher. That's where they were at. So that would be up around what they call the Golden Heights, right? Up in that area, modern Israel. All right, really cool. They did border the Sea of Galilee as well. Their border did touch the Sea of Galilee, their southern border, their south. So, southeast border, touched the Sea of Galilee. All right. Anything else about these guys? All right, let's go on, Talitha. Joseph now.
Okay, 22. Yusuf is an offshoot of a fruit-bearing tree, an offshoot of a fruit-bearing tree by a fountain. His branches run over a wall, and the archers have bitterly grieved him, shot at him and hated him. But his bow remained in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty one of Yaakov. From there is the shepherd, the stone of Yesharel, from the owl of your father who helps you, and by the Almighty who blesses you, with blessings of the Shamayim above, blessings of the deep that lies beneath, blessings of the breast and of the womb. The blessings of your father have excelled the blessings of my ancestors, up to the limit of the everlasting hills. They are on the head of Yusuf, and on the crown of the head of him who was separated from his brothers.
Wow. Anybody get anything out of that one? Joseph was definitely blessed here. Anything jumping out at you guys? Go ahead, Talitha.
Well, I mean, it says from there is the shepherd. So is that referring to Yahusha, the stone of Yesharel?
That could be.
At least that's when I read that, that's what I see.
Well, obviously, Jacob is just heaping blessings upon him here. I mean, he's giving him blessings from above, from heaven, from the deep beneath, blessings of the womb. So obviously, Joseph here is looks like he receives the longest and the most lavish of all the blessings for sure. Probably because, what he did. So there'd be a reflection of his love, his integrity, his endurance, his belief, keeping his belief and his relationship with Yahuwah, no matter if he was in the valley or on a peak, if he was in the prison, no matter what. He seemed to call on and talk to Yahuwah. He never gave up his relationship with Yahuwah during in the pit, in the prison, whatever, right? And so maybe this is why he inherited all these blessings. But I mean, if the vision here is that he's being described as fruitful, by a well. His branches are running over the wall, So the imagery of him is he's rich with abundance, strength, and favor of Yahuwah. And this is kind of weird too when you consider that he was despised by all his brothers. He was hated and killed. They wanted to kill him. They attacked him, threw him in that pit. But through it all, here the blessing, what he's getting or saying, he was made strong by the hand of the mighty Al of Yaakov, Yahuwah, the mighty, the Almighty, blesses you with blessings. See, and by the Almighty who blesses you with blessings from the heaven, from Shemayim, from the deep, and what lies beneath, and even of the breast and of the womb, and blessings of your father excelled the blessings of my ancestors. I mean, he's been blessed more than Abraham, than Yitzhak here. So no doubt about it, man. Joseph has got the longest and most lavish blessings put on him here for sure. And then on top of it, he gets a double portion of inheritance. And through his adopting those two boys, Joseph's territory grew. I mean, he's huge territory. I'll put it back up. Go ahead, Rose.
Well, in the first one where it says about the fountain, that fountain is Yahuwah, that he had that. But also, you remember in Revelation how it describes there's the trees on the side on the river, and they're each and that's what that also brought to mind. Okay. And the fruit, the branches going over, that was him going over into Egypt. So he was big in his tribe with his, the 12 tribes, well, 11 at the time. But then he went over into another country and he still became big. That's to me what branches going over a wall.
That could be. I'm trying to think more along the lines of the last days, because that's what it says. What is to befall you in the last Yamam, But yeah, I mean, I can see what you're saying for sure. Yeah, I'm seeing that. So there's that map back up. Real quick, you can see the double portion of Manasseh here. Got on the east side of the Jordan. Got all this northern territory, and then he's got all this territory that borders the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. Boy, he's got some good territory there now. He even borders the Sea of Galilee up here in the north. And then look at Ephraim. Here's Ephraim. We're down here on the Jordan and on the Mediterranean as well, and he's right here. So look at all the area. They got all this, and this is Joseph's. Joseph got a lot of territory, maybe the most, possibly the most territory, actually. So they actually got the biggest inheritance, didn't they? Yeah, they did. So Joseph, man, offshoot of a fruit-bearing tree, an offshoot of a fruit-bearing tree by a fountain, branches running over the wall. What do you think that means? An offshoot of a fruit-bearing tree. An offshoot of a fruit-bearing tree. What's that mean?
Does that mean he's a branch of Yahushua?
Yeah. Well, yes. He's a blessed branch, isn't he?
Yeah, Yahushua said, I'm the vine and you are branches.
Yeah, real good, Sam.
And like Yahushua was hated of all men.
Yeah.
So it is likewise, but he still was kept by Yahuwah under the shadow of his wing.
All right. Yeah. What else can we say about Joseph, man? I mean, Joseph is really, wow. Go ahead, Ross.
He was willing to resist sin unto the blood when that adulterous woman got after him. He said, oh, no, you can have this garment, but I got to go. I can't sin against my creator.
And he got thrown into prison. And he still kept a good attitude through it all. I mean, I don't know, man. Joseph is a heck of a figure, really, man. I mean, wow. Go ahead, Dross.
You said something about the end times, and then it struck me that Yehuda might be what was before, and now the end times being he was also at the end of the children being birthed. He came from, that's kind of like a foretelling of the end times right there, like the Aleph and the Taw. And then there was something else. Oh, the offshoot, grafted. Isn't an offshoot also something that can be grafted and then put on, and the roots take hold into it? Like they're making it off of another tree, like the grafting of the wild tree onto the one that was the natural tree with, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but in other words, that could be what an offshoot is as well.
So I was thinking, in reference to what you're saying, it makes sense. So actually, Yusuf is also being called a deliverer because he was a deliverer for his brethren.
Yeah.
From the famine.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to. Oh, go ahead, Phyllis.
And starting with verse 23, I was seeing the relationship with Joseph and his life, with the archers shooting at him and they hated him, but his bow remained in strength, his protection, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the mighty one of Jacob. From there is the shepherd. That's the capital S. From there is the shepherd, the stone of Israel. So Joseph is a representative of Yahusha, from the owl of your Father who helps you, and by the Almighty who blesses you with blessings, says Shemaim. And I might be way off. I'm sorry. I was just reading it the way I saw it.
Yeah. There definitely seems to be a reference to Yahusha through Joseph's in some way, and I can't quite figure out what that is. Okay, other than because Ephraim is really Yisrael, and you know what I'm saying, and Yisrael is the bride or the body or the assembly, and Yahusha is the head. So maybe in that way, we can see the connection from Joseph into Yahusha to the assembly. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, because we know that he comes from the tribe of Yehuda. See what I'm saying? But I think there is a spiritual path leading to Yahusha through Joseph. And I think it's what I just said, through the assembly, the bride. Yahusha being the head. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way I can see the connection. But I agree with you. There's some kind of connection there. Before we go on to Benjamin, John here wanting to know about Simon. So Simon landlocked within Judah, yes. And so it was Simon. If we go up and read about Simon and Levi, who were brothers, they're basically scattered in Israel. So they ended up, their territory ended up inside of Yehuda's territory, down there around Beersheba and Hebron, in that area, and then it was eventually totally absorbed into Yehuda. So that's what happened to Simon. That's why you don't see Simon on that map. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, just kind of with what you were saying of like being the assembly. Because when you read it, I think, maybe this is like kind of like talking about like bringing in the nations and things and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, it seems to be a lot about belief. Like he had a very strong belief in Yahuwah, and he was with Yahuwah the whole time. And I don't know, there's definitely something there. Like it's obvious that there's something.
Yeah. And don't forget about the coat of many colors.
Yeah, exactly. And everything that happened to him throughout his entire life was just very obviously orchestrated and not by chance whatsoever.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely a spiritual connection back to Yahusha there for sure. Roz, go ahead.
I had thought about this and then I forgot with it. But remember when Jacob was still with Laban, Yaakov, he had the spotted sheep, he had the striped sheep. That's also alluding to the many different peoples. And it just, there was something else. It'll come back. What it was.
Yeah, because within Joseph is Ephraim, and Manasseh, so, we see here Ephraim being the Gentiles coming from Joseph, and so this would be Ephraim, Israel, the bride, spiritually, Israel's the bride. And Yahuwah calls her his bride or a she or a her, meaning that she's one with him. Go ahead, Ross.
Shimeon being landlocked, that says a lot right there. You said he was landlocked, and then he didn't end up having his land because he was absorbed into everybody else's territory. That means he wasn't by the living water. If you're not by the water, that's where they prosper.
He was definitely landlocked, and you go back to verse 5, and you can see what happened to him. First of all, he lost his firstborn rights. And turned into basically, you scattered them in Israel, so he didn't really have a territory. He just lived among the other tribes, but mostly they were centered around Beersheba and Hebron area, inside of the Judah territories where the heart of the majority of them were at. And then eventually they just got absorbed into Judah and didn't even exist at all, and into the other tribes as well, because that's what the prophecy is. I divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Yisharah.
Yeah. So he lost his rights. Actually, it's kind of like a judgment from Yahuwah that he was landlocked. He didn't have the water because of what he had done.
Yeah, I can go. I can see that. Go ahead, Sandra.
Just a quick question here. I'm kind of seeing that this is sort of like that double portion in relationship to the double portion. And according to these blessings, it's like prophesying the oneness back with Yahuwah here. Because based on that double portion is not only the physical, but also the Ruach HaKodesh, the fullness of Yahuwah coming forth here is what I kind of see with this. It says, with the blessings of the Shamin, Yahuwah, blessings of the deep that lies beneath, Yahuwah, blessings of the breast and of the womb, Yahuwah, blessings of your father have exhaled the blessings of my ancestors up to the limit of the everlasting hills, the New Jerusalem. They are on the head of Yusuf and on the crown of the head of him who was separated from his brother, bringing him back to oneness and unity with Yahuwah, is what I'm seeing. Oneness in the body.
That's real good, Sandra.
Yeah.
The crown of the head. They are on the head of Yosef and on the crown of the head of him who was separated from his brothers. Wow, man. Yeah, that's good stuff. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions?
What was that scripture, Sandra?
This is Barashith, Genesis 49, verse 25, 26.
She's reading in Joseph's inheritance.
Yeah. I just didn't hear it before. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I also missed what you said. I don't know if it's too much for you to repeat it.
I'm gonna try to remember what it's.
Like roughly. Okay. Because I've been
So
stuck.
basically, it's like, okay, I saw this, how it was dropped in my heart. It's like that double portion when you're talking about the end time. In other words, Yusuf is going to be in the same oneness that Yahusha is, because he says, from the all of your Father who helps you, Yahuwah, the Ruach Kadesh is our helper, and by the Almighty One, Almighty, who blesses you with blessings of the Shamaim above. The blessings of the Shamaim above is Yahuwah, which is the waters, talking about the Ruach Kadesh. Blessings of the deep that lies beneath, Yahuwah. Blessings of the breast of the womb, Yahuwah, hallelujah. And the blessings of your Father who excelled the blessings of my ancestors. Talking about he got a double portion up to the limit of the everlasting hills, talking about everlasting life. They are on the head of Yusuf and on the crown of the head of him who was separated from his brothers. So like Yahusha, hallelujah, he wasn't accepted when he came, and he was rejected and he was hated. They plotted to destroy him, which was what he was appointed to come forth to do, because he became our sacrificial lamb. But at the same time, that everlasting life and oneness with Yahuwah, because that's what we're striving to be. We're making up his body. That's how it would just dropped on my heart. I'm just blown away by this.
Yeah, because also with this, because what I was seeing was that this, again, talks, for me, I see it a lot about the Gentile, the nations also coming in, because even when you were reading it, because I kept going back, the blessings of your father have excelled the blessings of my ancestors. So the ancestors would be like Yasharel, like, the people of Israel, I feel. Up to the
And see, that's the ancestors were given the physical, but this is talking about both the physical,
right, like the foreshadow of exactly of the Ruach, and then the everlasting life with the everlasting hills. Because the part that I kept going back to is they are on the head of Yusuf and on the crown of the head of him who was separated from his brothers. But isn't that the same? Like Yusuf was separated from his brothers. Otherwise, who are they? Are they referring to the same?
But he brought them back together when he sent them down to, he did that to what? To preserve them. In other words, that's when to me, I might be wrong, but Yusuf was separated from his brother, but that was for the purpose of preserving his brother. And Yahusha is, let me see how I say it. Yahusha.
But Yusuf was also like put in such high places in Mitzrayim, like a Gentile land.
He was exalted. Yes, he was exalted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. He was exalted. But isn't Yahusha exalted to where all of Yahuwah's head abides in him?
That's right. Yeah.
So that's what I kind of like.
Yeah.
See.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, I see that also, because Yahusha was exalted. He was he left his body of light, came down, gave up all his majesty just to become that gift unto us to deliver us from our sin. I mean, that is just so powerful right there.
It is. Let's let Ross go. Go, Ross.
Okay.
When Yahusha was born, he has no relation to Joseph. So it's like Joseph is a separate thing, and Mary, he came from Mary's line. So that's what just came to me, that you've got Joseph, the name Joseph, kind of remembrance of Joseph, this Joseph. You know what I mean? That he's there, he's a part of it. He might not be in the same next to Yahusha, but he's right there because he's part of him. He was his father on the earth, but he wasn't his father by blood, but he's there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're all related.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody here's related. Yahusha comes from the direct line of Yehuda, but the rest of them are brothers, man. There's some thick blood here. So really, Yahusha is related to all of these guys.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? We don't forget that.
No,
They're all
no,
brothers.
that's
They're
not what I'm saying.
directly related.
Yeah. No, I
It's
know.
the same gene pool.
I know, but what I'm saying is like that Joseph is like him coming up. The name is being presented at the same time as Yahusha. He's in that, you know. It's like I don't know how else to say it, but that his name is being represented at the end. You know, it's like the one that Judas. That is a reference to Yehuda, how many times that Yehuda went whoring to other nations, you know, during that time. It had to be something coming from Yehuda and have that name. There's everything is in there connected, names and places and all that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. I stepped out for a second. Sorry. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I heard what you were saying. Yeah, I mean, everything everybody's saying is really good stuff here. This is, I mean, you know, you really, I mean, I know I have really never sat here and thought about these different guys in detail like this. And so this is really a good thing. I mean, it's bringing up a lot that most people don't even begin to think about. So y'all are doing a great job here. Let's go into Benjamin. The weird thing about Benjamin for me is that he was Joseph's brother, all right? Just them two out of Rachel, but yet he hooks up with Yehuda. And you know, not Joseph. You know what I mean? So it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a little bit strange, but nevertheless, Joseph is on the other border of Benjamin. So he's actually between Joseph or Ephraim, if you will, and Yehuda. But he seems to stick with Yehuda, even with the after the divisions of they become two nations. Benjamin sticks with Yehuda. He doesn't go along with Joseph, which is kind of wild. But let's go ahead and do Benjamin now. Oh, go ahead, Ross.
Benjamin kind of got absorbed in a way. He still had his name, but you remember how many got killed because they had gone against?
Yeah,
and then they had
Benjamin. Yeah, I mean they were almost wiped out.
Yeah,
they had the left-handed archers and all that. That was over a woman too. Okay, what's wrong, Sandra? All right, Talita, let's go ahead, man. Let's do Benjamin.
Okay, Benjamin 27. Benjamin is a wolf that tears. In the morning he eats prey, and at Layla he divides the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Yasharel, and this is what their father spoke to them. Did you want me to keep going, or did you want to talk about the first part?
Now let's talk about Benji.
Okay.
Okay, so Benjamin here, the wolf that tears in the morning eats his prey. This is talking about they're fierce warriors. And what Ross was just talking about, they had this battalion of left-handed archers, and every single one of them could split a hair with an arrow. A hair. It says that they were all were left-handed, and their arrow could split a hair. And so these guys are like fierce. Benjamin's fierce and very victorious in battle. And so they went against all the tribes, and we'll get into that one of these days. But very fierce warriors in battle. And who remembers what famous people came from Benjamin? Okay, so like Yahusha came from Yehuda. Who came from Benjamin? There's several famous people. Ross?
Shaul and Paul.
Right, King Saul and Paul, both were Benjaminites. And so, yeah, Benjamin gets absorbed into Yehuda, but so does all the other tribes, right? They all get absorbed into Yehuda at the end after all the exiles. Go ahead, Ross.
Esther as well. She was
Esther was Benjaminite. Okay.
Uh-huh. That's how she could become a queen.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so Saul, Paul, and Esther, I guess, comes from this tribe. So this tribe is portrayed as being, fierce in battle, strong, bold, and they had a warrior's heart. Very powerful tribe here. Although small things, how they say that? Small, powerful things come in small
Good
packages.
things come in small packages.
What is it? How's it go?
Yeah, good things come in small packages. That's not a scripture, but that's what it says.
No,
but the scripture says, "Despise not the day of small things." Hallelujah. It's a scripture that says, "Despise not the day of small things." So, Brother Moore, can I read Dabarim, Deuteronomy 33, verse 32? This is Musha. Musha has blessed the tribes too in his departure. It says, "Of Benjamin," he said, talking about Benjamin, "let the beloved of Yahuwah," calling him his beloved, "dwell in safety by him, shielding him all the young as he dwells between his, Yahuwah's, two shoulders." So between Yehuda and the 10 tribes, I think he's talking about there. Because Benjamin was given what? 5 portions when they came up in comparison to his brothers.
Yeah, Benjamin, the wolf that tears in the morning eats his prey, and at night he divides the spoil. So he's going to be very victorious. And he was. This was a tribe nobody wanted to mess with. These guys were the, what are they called? The 300 Spartans. The Spartans, right? These were the Spartans of Israel, man. This was the toughest tribe, man. These guys, nobody wanted to fool with them. But they did, though. They did war with them, almost wiped them totally out. But then they stopped and they helped rebuild Benjamin up. But all the tribes got absorbed into Yehuda eventually. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on any of the inheritance of the tribes? Very eye-opening, right? Let me ask you all a question. If you could pick, which tribe would you want to be from based on the inheritance here of the 12 sons? Tita?
Joseph.
Anybody else? Ross?
Joseph. But I'm going to say something too, that Yahuwah is giving him his birthright because he was the firstborn of Rachel, whereas he wasn't. It's like there's two firstborns. They've got two wives, two full-blood wives, and they both had firstborns. Well, the fourth one being Yehuda, because the other ones lost theirs, but he didn't lose his, so he's actually the most powerful of the two firstborns in a way, because he kept his firstborn, his birthright.
Yeah, even though they were all absorbed into Yehuda, they seemed to remember or was able to track what tribe they were from, at least for a while, because Paul knew he was a Benjamite in the first century. You know what I mean? So somehow some of them did keep track of what tribe they were actually from, even after they absorbed into Yehuda. But I'm sure a lot of them didn't know. Nowadays, probably very rare that any of them would know. But if we're scattered and we're the part of the Gentiles, so it's all of us on here are, we can assume that we're from Joseph. That we can assume we're Ephraim. Okay, you might not be, but I'm just saying it would be a good assumption. I mean, you'd have a fairly good chance of being right. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Let's finish that off, Talitha.
Okay. 28. All these are the 12 tribes of Yasharel, and this is what their father spoke to them. And he blessed them. He blessed each one according to his own blessing. And he commanded them and said to them, I am to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron, the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron, the Hittite, as a possession for a burial site. There they buried Abraham and Sarah, his Asha. There they buried Yitzhak and Rebekah, his Asha, and there I buried Leah. The field purchase and the cave which is in it, from the sons of Kath. And when Jacob ended commanding his sons, he drew his feet up into the bed and breathed his last, and was gathered to his people.
Wow, that sounded sad, didn't it? Pulled his legs up under his covers and curled up like into a fetal position or something. Maybe. Kind of sad sounding. There's Ross, double time. She's got double portion.
I thought it sounded quite beautiful.
Did you?
Yeah.
Kind of poetic.
I mean, he got to finish all the blessings and say everything that he needed to say.
I know. I just got the vision of him
on the staff.
Legs up into the under the covers, and dying. You know what I mean? Feeble, like a feeble.
But he knew where he was going.
Yeah. All right. I mean, what was he? 147 years old. I mean, he lived a long time too. And he had 12 sons and a daughter. I mean, wow. So, wow, powerful. Really good, man. That was a good study right there. That chapter was really good. Okay, now who wants to wrap this thing up, man? Who wants to finish us off? Genesis chapter 50. Joe?
Joe. Chapter 50. And Yusuf fell on his father's face and wept over him and kissed him. And Yusuf commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. So the physicians embalmed Israel, and 40 yeomen were completed for him. For so are completed the yeomen of embalming. And the Mitzrites wept for him 70 yeomen. And when the Yaman of weeping for him were past, Yosef spoke to the household of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found favor in your eyes, please speak in the hearing of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, See, I am dying. Bury me in my grave, which I dug for myself in the land of Canaan. And now, please let me go up and bury my father and return. And Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father as he made you swear. And Yusuf went up to bury his father. And with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Mitzrayim, and all the house of Yusuf and his brothers, and his father's house. Only their little ones and their flocks and their herds they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atah, which is beyond the Jordan, and they lamented there with a great and very heavy lamentation. And he observed 7 yeomen of mourning for his father. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning at the threshing floor of Adad, they said, This is a grievous mourning for the Mitzrites. That is why its name was called Adel Mitzrim, which is beyond the Jordan. And his sons did to him as he had commanded them, for his sons brought him to the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Myra, which Abraham bought from the field from Ephraim the Hittite as property for a burial site. And after he had buried his father, Yusuf returned to Mitzrayim, he and his brothers, and all who went up with him to bury his father. And when Yusuf's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, What if Yusuf hates us and pays us back all the evil which we did to him? And they sent word to Yusuf, saying, Before your father died, he commanded, saying, This is what you are to say to Yusuf. I beg you, please forgive the transgression of your brothers and their sin, for they did evil to you. And now, please forgive the transgression of the servants of the Elohim of your father. And Yusuf wept when they spoke to him. And his brothers also went and fell down before his face, and they said, See, we are your servants. And Yusuf said to them, Do not fear, for I am in the place of Elohim. And you intended evil against me, but Elohim intended it for good, in order to do it as it is this day, to keep a great many people alive. And now do not fear, I provide for you and your little ones.
Okay, hang on a minute. I mean, didn't Joseph already tell them that it wasn't their fault? It was you as well. And so here they are going up there and lying because they're scared he's going to take revenge since the dad's dead. And he starts crying like he just can't even believe it, that they're saying what they're saying, And Joseph's brothers was trying to intermingle and take charge of the situation instead of getting out of Yahuwah's way. If it was Yahuwah's will for Joseph to take revenge and kill them, then that would have happened. If it was Yahuwah's will for him not to, and to forgive them, and for his plan, his desire to unfold, then that's what's going to happen. But the brothers wanted to intervene. They wanted to take control. And so they come up with this little scheme, this lie, to go in there and tell. So your dad said not to kill us before he died. You want to keep Dad's will, man. Don't go against what Dad's wanted you to do. I mean, don't you think if that was true, he would have went to Joseph and said, "Hey, don't kill your brothers after I die," he would have told him himself, something like that. So Joseph knew they were lying and being deceitful, and that's why he started crying. It's like, man, these guys just won't learn, man. You know what I mean? So the bad blood, the DNA goes on here. It seems, and how this family deceivement, whatever, continues. Go ahead, Ross.
Just came to me. Joseph wept just now, and that's because the brothers didn't see all the good that he had done for them.
Yeah.
Yahusha wept when nobody saw what he was doing that was beautiful and good and bringing people back to life and giving them sight and all that, all the miracles that he did. It's kind of a correlation right there.
All right.
Do you see it too?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. Anybody else see it? What's up, Phyllis?
I see it also.
Okay. Here, I found a better map here than we were looking at. This is the one I was looking for before. This is a lot better. All right, so there you go. So you can see on this one now that Simon here, his territory was inside of Yehuda's territory, totally surrounded by Yehuda. And they get totally absorbed into it. There's that Beersheba right there. You can see the Philistine territory better, Dan, Ephraim, and you can see Manasseh better. Look at the territory of Manasseh, and you can even include Ephraim in here. This is all Joseph, is what it is. Reuben and Gad over here. Here's this Asher. So a little bit better map, and little Benjamin right there between Ephraim and Judah. Even Dan touches that. And then there was, I want to say, somewhere in this territory is where at Valley the Goliath was killed in. So you can see the territories kind of shift a little bit. This is around 1200, 1050 BC here, according to the book of Joshua, it says. So everything changes up a little bit, but now it's more clear. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and continue on, Joe. Go ahead and knock that out.
50:21. So he comforted them and spoke kindly to them. And Yusuf dwelt in Mizraim, he and his father's household. And Yusuf lived 110 years. And Yusuf saw Ephraim's children to the third generation. The children of Machir, son of Manasseh, were also brought up on Yusuf's knees. And Yusuf said to his brothers, I am dying, but Elohim shall certainly visit you and bring you out of this land to the land which he swore to Abraham, to Yitzhak and Jacob. And Yusuf made the children of Israel swear, saying, Elohim shall certainly visit you, and you shall bring up my bones from here. And Yusuf died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was placed in a coffin in Mitzrayim.
All righty. So, Jacob is taken up and buried in the caves of the patriarch, which I showed you a picture of, along with Leah. Joseph does 110. He's taken up there and he's buried in modern day Nablus, where they took him and buried him. They call it Joseph's tomb. I showed you a picture of that. Here we go. So Joseph's dead. New Pharaoh's going to come in, and they're going to be taking. He's not going to remember the contributions of Joseph, and therefore he's going to see, oh, look at all these people we can make our slaves. And Israel's going to get stuck there for another 400 years. And that's what we're going to get into next. We'll go ahead and we'll just march on into Exodus. And of course, we all know the parting of the Red Sea, Moses, Sinai, lots of good stuff in Exodus. And that's where we'll go. So congratulations, everybody that stayed with us through the study of Genesis. You all did fantastic. I know I learned a lot, and I think it was a great study. But I'm looking forward
brother.
Oh, you're welcome. All steam to you.
It really was awesome.
It was right. It was. Let me see if I can find anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions about today's study or the entire book of Genesis, actually. Let's see if I can find a more modern map here. Let's see what this one is.
Okay. Sorry. You want to go first? Okay. Well, I just wanted to say, because I keep just kind of going over this, but the part where first where the brothers lie once again, and it just goes right back to the beginning, it's this is it's just a few lines, and it's such a, I don't know, to me, the feeling is also Joseph's weeping, because it's they will never get it. They will never understand fully, that all he's ever done was poured love into them and tried to take care of them. And then the brothers, they aren't giving that understanding. So they will never, even though they wept also, or they fell to the ground or whatever, they still don't have the understanding completely of what's going on. And I feel like this is a very big parallel throughout the scriptures, but with Yahuwah, because, many times with his children throughout, it's they don't get it. And he's giving them another chance and he's I'm going to take care of you, but then they try and take matters into their own hands every time, try and set things up because they think, it's not being looked at or not being taken care of, so there's this kind of parallel theme that happens throughout that's really strong in that last few sentences there.
Anybody else? Good, Chandra.
I just wanted to add to what she was saying, that I saw that it fulfilled those dreams Yusuf had, where they were bowing down before him every step of the way, is what I saw. They were fulfilling the dream. And then they also proved him right, that they were spies. When they told him the first time, they didn't believe him.
Yeah, but also what I see is they bow down and they do that because in the moment I feel they feel this burst of sensation of something that we're wrong, but then
guilty conscious.
They're still so hard-headed that they just
it's the guilty conscience going on.
They'll just go back and make the same kind of lie. Right? I don't, but it's just a testament to our stubbornness also, as humans. I don't know, because I feel we go through these things all the time too. And we're just so stubborn that it's no, he's going to help you. He's going to answer your prayers, or at least he's listening. And, but we just have such a hard time to like let go and just allow Yahuwah to do his work.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? So Joseph's tomb is way farther north than Hebron. I mean, it's in Judah, but it's way up north. Up north of Shiloh in Judah. Actually, probably about smack in the middle. It's the modern day city of Nablus. Almost in the smack in the middle of Yehuda up there. The West Bank. It's what they call the West Bank now. That's where it's at. Go ahead, Ross.
Didn't he say he wanted to be buried with his fathers? And why would they separate him? They could have actually separated that afterwards and made that, you know what I mean? Taking his bones out of the cave that he was in. Because he specifically asked not to leave him in Egypt and to bring him so that he could be buried with his fathers.
Yeah, I mean,
because it doesn't make sense to me that he would be over there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. He's in that area of the by that Arabian city there, but that's where he's at. That's where they're showing he's at, man. As far as I can tell here. Yeah, right in the town too. He's right in the town. So it's located in Nablus, currently under the control of the Palestinians. It's in the West Bank, about the dead center of it, actually. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? I guess I could maybe share screen this. This might be okay to see this thing up. Yeah, it's probably our best shot right there. Let me see if I can get it on here. I don't know if sometimes it blocks me. Yeah, it might let me. Okay, so there we go. So you can kind of see here where it's at. So this obviously is the West Bank. And so here it is. There's that Nablus right here. This is where his tomb is. Okay. So right about the center of the West Bank. Look at that. That's along the Nile River. No wonder they didn't like sheep. So there it is. Look at it. It's right in this town. You know, this would be the tomb here. Yeah, makes you wonder. Here's another shot at it, inside of it. So it says that he bought part of the field where he had pitched his tent from the sons of Hammer. And the bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel had brought out of Egypt, they buried in Shechem, in the parcel of ground which Jacob bought from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 pieces. It's in Joshua 24:32, Ross. Joshua 24:32. That's why he was buried there.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions about anything at all? Anybody want to watch that Red Sea underwater adventure? No? All right. Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions about anything at all on Genesis or today's study? Does anybody have any questions at all for Phyllis? And we got any questions at all for Joe? How about Sandra? How about Ross? No? Nobody? Nothing? All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions about last night's study? No? All right, Joe. Oh, Phyllis, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that one of the things that you were teaching along with wisdom was the fear of Yahuwah. And I've always had a misconcept of what fear of Yahuwah meant, because I was never ever able to equate fear with the love that I felt. I never really felt fear of him. But Brother Mark was saying last night that it's more of a fear of the consequences. That's not exactly the wording he used, but that was the idea I picked up, that it was more of a fear of the effects of not keeping the commandments or doing something that you love about, this person you love. You don't want to upset that person, and you live in fear of that, not of the person. That's what I picked up. I hope that's what you meant, brother.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Absolutely. Man, I don't want to be thrown into the lake of fire. You know what I mean? I have a fear of his consequences and not obeying him. So, yeah. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? If not, Joe, get us out of here, man.
Okay. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Baruch haba.
Thank you for the picture.
We love you all.
Oh,
I
did
love
you get
y'all.
it, Sandra? Oh, nice. Cool. Okay.
Thank you.
Glad you're feeling better, Phyllis.
I'll let Venus know.
Thank you.
See you, Ross.
Yes.
Bye.
All.
See y'all. I really enjoyed last night and today.
Yes, we did.
It was all wonderful.
Yes, we did too. It's great. Thank you.
All esteem to Yahusha. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Bye.